Yo, Brian, it's John. I'm hopping on Clown House for a few minutes and then I'm gonna go for a jog. It's a beautiful night here. Hope you're having a good night. Talk to you soon. Bye.
ensure that they're being implemented in your state, you don't get these federal dollars. What they want to do is they want to literally eliminate that mechanism, but still get the federal funds, which would generate the following question. Well, then how do you ensure that every single state in the
You're about
United
to
States
watch
is
one of the
taking
dumbest
those considerations
motherfuckers in the
seriously as
world.
far
I
as
hope you
making
enjoy
sure that
listening
all
to these
learners, no
dumb
matter what their
motherfuckers.
abilities, have access to high quality education?
Loves to run his fucking mouth.
And the answer
Loves
is
it.
you can't. So
I
that's a
say
problem.
won't. The Rio Grande
and-
Valley
and-
is a continually shafted area in this state. And
Yeah.
we have the worst education outcomes. If it were not for Head Start programs and federal dollars down here, a bunch of the kids would have gone on to do wonderful things for this area would not have had the education. I'm with you on that. I agree. All you should have to do all that shit the federal government says, and it's specifically be that.
And so it's so like the failure to recognize that crucial role that the Department of Education plays is, I think, the fundamental mistake of wanting to eliminate the Department of Justice. Like most people who I talk to on this app who's like, yeah, like why do you want more bureaucracy? Get rid of it. It's like, do you know what they do? And they literally can't answer that question. What they do know about are student loans and grants, which is a big part of what they do, but it's not the only thing that they do, right? And so it's like, yeah, like we can move that to the private sector now. We don't need them. It's like, no, bro. They actually, quite literally, the funding mechanisms are meant to ensure that people are giving people their basic civil rights in the education context.
Civil
By the way,
rights?
it's not just ideas.
Civil rights?
You can't discriminate on the basis of anything in the
On
education
anything, you
domain
can't discriminate
whatsoever.
at all?
And if you do that shit in your state, you're not getting federal dollars.
Ooh.
So that's and the other controversy is, well, the same mechanism has been used in conservative states to force them effectively to allow trans people to compete against biological males who are trans women to compete against biological females in sports. Now that is controversial. So I can understand why they're a little peeved about this mechanism being used in that way. However, the reason why it's used that way is because it's seen as a civil rights issue. Okay. However, there is deep philosophical disagreement about whether or not that's the way to look at that. So it's actually a legitimate issue, to be fair. And I'm not going to take sides on that issue because it's complicated. But getting rid of the the Department of Education, the DOE, is not a solution to that issue. So it's not a solution at all, right? Because you still have ideas, even setting the women, the biological men and women's sports issue aside, you still have the differently abled and those diagnosable with learning disabilities issue. And the enforcement mechanism keeps states honest. So I'm not for this shit at all. But that's
Question.
educated for
If, let's say that this proposed change that they're proposing were enacted like very well and executed very well, would it, despite the issue of the access that we're talking about, let's just say, overall, would the outcomes increase, or would it have almost no effect?
Well, the outcomes, I think, would inevitably be worse for the people who are being discriminated against.
The outcomes would crater in my area.
Yeah, and they would be disproportionately black and brown students, by the way. So I think that the outcomes would worsen, but they would worsen for particular demographics more than others. It wouldn't be uniform.
I think another criticism around Title IX are the sexual abuse tribunals, which have pretty extreme, they're essentially low evidentiary investigation operated by the school, something the school shouldn't be doing, should be offloading to the...
At the college level?
Yeah, at the college.
Why what do you mean they shouldn't be doing it?
Well, the schools aren't set up to do an investigation for this, and usually how the schools operate is that whoever comes first essentially gets sided with them, or the school essentially sides with them, as opposed to, they do have mediation, a formal and informal process, but I think if it's sexual abuse, it should go through the court system as opposed to going down an internal school.
It's preponderance of evidence versus due process stuff. So it's more than likely that you committed the offense.
I just don't know enough about it to take a position, but okay, I understand what you're saying. At least.
I have a comment on education.
Hold on, let me read this real quick, because
Okay.
I have one more paragraph, and then we're gonna open up. Okay, and by the way, I didn't even really get past the overview, but I was able to pick out shit I remembered reading about. Okay, although student loans and grants should ultimately be restored to the private sector, or at the very least, the federal government should revisit its role as a guarantor rather than a direct lender. Federal that's actually interesting. That's actually an interesting idea. Federal post-secondary education. Well, okay, I don't know how I feel about that now. Federal post-secondary education investments should bolster economic growth, and recipient institutions should nourish academic freedom and embrace intellectual diversity. That has not, however, been the track record for federal higher education policy or the many institutions of higher education that are hostile to free expression. Open academic inquiry, American exceptionalism. Federal post-secondary policy should be more than massive, inefficient, and open-ended subsidies to quote-unquote traditional colleges and universities. It should be rebalanced to focus far more on bolstering the workforce skills of Americans who have no interest in pursuing a four-year academic degree. It should reflect a fuller picture of learning after high school, placing apprenticeship programs of all types in career and technical education on an even playing field with degrees from colleges and universities. Rather than continuing to buttress a higher education establishment captured by woke quote-unquote diversicrats, and a de facto monopoly enforced by the federal accreditation cartel, federal post-secondary education policy should prepare students for jobs in the dynamic economy, nurture institutional diversity, and expose schools to greater market forces.
I'm hearing, at least for some of the academic freedom stuff, we didn't try really hard. We conservatives left academia, and now we want the federal government to make a rule that gets us back in.
I do think that there is, just as an institutional critique, I do think that as a society, we would do well to have a more balanced and ideologically balanced academia, because to whatever extent there's any validity to the conservative way of thinking, it would do well to be in those places to inform instruction and the education of students. I think students should be able to get a little bit of both and then make their own decisions. The presumption that conservatism has nothing about it to offer and that liberalism is like a VB's knees is, I think, a function of ideological conceit. Like, I think that's a conceited way of looking at things. However, if I got to be objective and fair, the academy was largely conservative a few decades ago. So, like it's been skewed towards the left recently, but that is a recent phenomenon. Historically, like the early versions of academia, like when Harvard was founded, like that shit was full of a lot of conservatives of various different kinds. So the conservatives did have their heyday. And to a certain extent, there's a lot of conservatives in certain departments still. Like the departments of economics that's where all the conservatives in academia have gone, it seems. That said, I don't know if the government, it's an interesting question whether the government has a role in making sure that's the case. I mean, beyond non-discrimination, I think the government should be pretty hands-off. And it's funny because the conservative view would not want the government to step in and do this. So it's kind of a contradiction for conservatives to ask the government to do it, to your point. So That's funny to me. But
You know what it is too, and thank you for having this conversation. And just to be clear, y'all are going through Project 2025, right? I see
yeah,
that here.
I just read page 320.
Yeah, I love that, man, because for some reason this was ultimately rejected due to sound bites and certain pieces. But, I hope I don't get stoned in here. There are certain aspects of this memorial of whatever this is, whatever Project 2025 is, which was stupid. I mean, even just the apocalyptic background to it coming out was stupid, right? But in regards to education specifically, one thing I do enjoy about Republicans and conservatives is that they are willing to say that education needs to change, not just on a like, oh, more kids need to be educated and education needs to be cheaper, but more so on a level in which it's like education has become another administration that's like being corrupted, right? So like I'm in New Jersey, blue state, very blue state. I can tell you right now, 7 different school districts that are paying their superintendents over $400,000 a year, and test scores are below average in America for the entire school district. That's an issue.
But
That's a big issue.
that is a big issue. But the conservative way to handle this, since we like small government, is just show up at your school board meeting. I yell at Republicans. I yell at Republicans about this shit all the time. They're particularly the ones that get prissy about transgender folks. Like if you're prissy about transgender people and you're not showing up at your local school district and you're blaming somebody else, you're just complaining. You're not doing anything important.
I think now while I hear your perspective and I do agree that there is some community advocacy that needs to take place, I think we are underestimating the power of the industry that education has become for public and private institutions.
Yeah,
And because
I'm not
money-
thinking about it in industry terms. That's absolutely fair.
You know what I mean? Because money
Yeah,
is
no,
involved
I get it.
You know what I mean? Because money has been involved in so deep and so steep. I won't boggle the whole room with stories, but I can tell you right now that money has been infiltrated in public school districts so bad, and it's become a cash cow. For example, Mark Zuckerberg gave Newark, New Jersey, $1 million. I think I think it was $1 million. It was a very large sum of money to better the schools in better charter schools, blah 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 blah. I'm sure Mark Zuckerberg didn't do it out of benevolence or $100 million. I'm sure he didn't do it out of the kindness of his heart or whatever. I'm sure it was something that needed to happen for him to get more money or as a tax shelter or whatever. But if we look at what has happened to that money itself, it is deplorable. And there was really no, if not very minimal, growth in those areas in which they quote unquote put the money towards. So all I'm saying is just to add color to this, no pun intended because I'm black, but just to add color to this conversation as far as education being a cash cow industry, it really is. And I think some of the elements of Project 2025, even what you just read, I feel like those could.
Yeah, if funding, I mean, I'm very ignorant on education, so my opinion is very low value. But my thought was kind of after what Avery was saying too, is that if funding wasn't it, Matrix. A static thing or a set in place thing. And it was more like under Project 2025, they're proposing basically much more individual decision making based on choice. then it could potentially disrupt.
I don't know, he's in the matrix of me. I can't hear him.
When he gets his
That cash, a lot of people becoming
I'm not being able to understand what he's saying, and I would like to make a comment about a person. I volunteer at schools, okay? And one thing I have noticed is the people that get left behind in schools are the people at the very bottom and the people at the very top. Say you have a classroom of 40 students. 2 of those students will be brilliant. They will be reading encyclopedias by the time they're in first grade. And 2 of them, or 3 of them, won't even know what their name is. They don't know their colors, they don't know their alphabet, they don't know their numbers. And I have followed those children through a series of classes for a couple of years. And the children at the bottom never seem to be able to get ahead, and the people at the top are so bored because they're teaching ABCs and they're already reading college level books. And the kids who get left behind are the 33 in the middle. They get no attention at all because the teachers spend so much time trying to deal with the slow students. What eventually happens is the curriculum for all classes is lowered, so the people at the bottom can climb, but it's a fake climb because they're learning a lower level of education. And by that time, a lot of the brilliant students, the 2 at the top, they might have turned into juvenile delinquents because they're bored. And I have followed this as a person and a parent who goes in because I have the time to help out in school. So I am not sure exactly what there is, but all I know is the middle, especially the middle are just left twiddling their thumbs half the time because they're not getting the attention. And I think that it is wrong. I don't know how to solve the problem. I know how we used to solve the problem in Nevada is they had schools that were particularly able to help students who needed help, and they got the help they needed and they progressed faster than being just sort of left behind at the bottom of the class. This is just my personal viewpoint from a parent that volunteers at school because I have the time. Thank you.
Okay, so I found this. So I meant to do this kind of room about this topic a long time ago, and every time I got to it, people came and complained about things they barely read about, and I hadn't had a chance to read it too much on my own, so I couldn't really combat anything. You guys allowed me to read a couple of sections, and actually one of them I just scratched the surface. It's like 60 pages in that section. I read a very short section about the Federal Election Commission, and that seemed pretty reasonable. But among the things that were given to me were the thing at the top of the room was the original 900 pages. Democracy Docket has a website, and my perception of this is written by Matt Cohen. I'm gonna put it in the chat right now. My perception of this is that it strikes me as fear-mongery, like AF. Which is why I don't trust it, which is why I want to read this shit by myself. But it's like really hard to read this 900 pages because it's not that well written, in my opinion. But the other thing is the thing that I also already put in the chat, which is Democracy Forward has a PDF, it's 48 pages, called The People's Guide to Project 2025. Clearly it's biased, But they basically, I mean, if you go to their website, they say in their own words. Actually, even on the 48-page document, they say we read Project 2025 so that you didn't have to. And then they say Project 2025 is among the most profound threats to the American people. So seems alarmist to me. We read Project 2025's entire 900-plus page, quote, mandate for leadership, end quote, so that you don't have to. What we discovered was a systemic, ruthless plan to undermine the quality of life of millions of Americans, remove critical protections and dismantle programs for communities across the nation, and prioritize special interests and ideological extremism over people. From attacking overtime pay, student loans, and reproductive rights, to allowing more discrimination, pollution, and price gouging, those behind Project 2025 are prepared to go to incredible lengths to create a country only for some and not for all of us. If these plans are enacted, which Project 2025's authors claim can happen without congressional approval, I don't know that they claim that. 4.3 million people could lose overtime protections. 40 million people could have their food assistance reduced. 220,000 American jobs could be lost, and much, much more. The stakes are higher. The stakes are higher than ever for democracy and for the people. These threats aren't hypothetical. These are real plans. The Heritage Foundation and the 100-plus organizations that make up the Project 2025 Advisory Board have mapped out exactly how they will achieve their extreme ends. They aim to try and carry out many of the most troubling proposals through an anti-democratic president and political loyalists installed in the executive branch without waiting for congressional action. And while many of these plans are unlawful, winning in courts is not guaranteed, given that the same far-right movement that is behind Project 2025 has helped shape our current court system. To combat the threats posed by Project 2025, we have to first understand them. What follows are some of the most dangerous proposals that make up Project 2025, specifically those that they plan to implement through federal agencies and far-right executive branch. The majority of Americans share the same values and priorities, but Project 2025 wants to push an extreme, out of touch agenda on all of us. By reading this guide and sharing it, we can begin to address these threats and go on offense towards building a bold, inclusive democracy for all people.
There's a phrase that actually seems like
Could you put
when we use the rules, it's tight. When they use
this is not a fair balance approach. So what I'm trying to create is something more fair and balanced by actually reading it. Like what would be more helpful for me is for them to have gone point by point. Like they structure theirs as a counter to the Project 225. They have the same stuff in the same order, and then they analyze and give a rebuttal. That would have been fair. And then also they should have emphasized quoting it, because that would have been a fair and balanced thing to do. That's the kind of thing you do in academia. That way you don't have to straw man anything. Right here, their table of contents, they have cut wages, create unsafe workplaces, and destabilize our economy, make it harder for Americans to make ends meet, restrict reproductive rights and access to health care, enable discrimination across society, set polluters loose and undo climate action, make education unaffordable and unwelcoming, undermine government's ability to deliver for the people. So they just kind of distilled their rebuttals. I haven't read through this yet, but
yeah, I mean,
I'm actually trying to see to what extent they're going to actually quote anything. How they do it. Stop people from earning overtime. Project 25 wants. So they just tell you what Project 2025 wants. I don't see any quoting of Project 2025. That gives me pause because I don't think there's going to be enough attentiveness to what Project 2025 actually says. It's just a translation of what they said into the worst possible interpretation possible. And there's no way for an objective person to evaluate to what extent they're going off the rails in their interpretation, to what extent are they interpreting it accurately. And so that's why I don't trust these things. It's like, you're going to make me read this shit because I can't trust that you're not going to misrepresent what it is.
But it would give you a guide so you can go to the 920 pages and look up exactly what is written. It would give you
Well, I
a
think-
But it doesn't do that. It's not structured that way. It's not even referencing specific passages. It just says this is in there. Take our word for it, and here's why it's bad.
Yeah, and it's like they use words like dangerous and different adjectives to provoke an emotional response to it. I mean, look, let me make that conclusion, right? Like, if it's dangerous, let me say that. You know what I mean? Like, after reading what you're opining as or what you're putting forth as something that's sick and gratuitous, let me do that. I just hate. I think it's lazy for. Well, not lazy. I think it's targeted and manufactured that way on purpose. But let me achieve that.
Kind of patronizing a little bit.
Absolutely
Yeah.
patronizing. The bad, mean old Republicans believe crazy shit. You shouldn't like them. Like that. There's nothing about that that's academic or even like tries to answer what was actually written in there with any sincerity.
I mean, yeah. So this is the sense in which it's alarmist. So I'm trying to be fair about how I characterize these things. It seems like it's alarmist. It seems like they're trying to they're trying to raise alarm for very particular things that they attribute to Project 2025 in terms of what its impacts are going to be. And it's kind of distilled those things. But it doesn't seem to bother itself with justifying its interpretation of what Project 2025 is doing. And so that's where quoting Project 2025 would come in. So that's how you would do it in a fair and square way. So I presented both of them. So in the chat from 8 minutes ago, I have it says Project 2025 original 900 pages, and then right above that, 9 minutes ago, says the People's Guide to Project 2025. So I was giving a kind of rough.
I cannot see that.
It's in the chat. So I was giving a rough kind of critique of the first one, the People's Guide to Project 2025, in that it was a wonderful opportunity to be, objective in its critique of Project 2025. And then you just have like the raw Project 2025, and it's it's a doozy. It's 900 pages. It'll take you a while. The democracy docket also has an analysis that is shorter, and so it kind of sums up what's wrong with Project 2025 as well. But it doesn't bother with quoting Project 2025 much either. It does, however, quote so the website that you go to get the 900-page document, the 180-day playbook, it does quote that website.
That's awesome. That's some points for them.
Yeah, I mean, it barely does, but it doesn't really quote.
But you gotta acknowledge that at least that they linked it. They didn't have to.
Yeah. But they also link to the 920-page document too, so they do link to it. And then they just kind of move on to describe it. They're not going to quote, And honestly, I think most of the people who are critiquing it haven't read it.
That's why I asked this question, or I asked earlier, because that's what I find too. I find the vast majority of the time it's the evil, no good, bad Republicans out to get us, and we can't exactly tell you why, but they're bad.
So what I would do if I had if I really had the patience for this, is I would read and distill all that information of those 900 pages. I would then compare and contrast it to all of the negative criticisms in order to determine how true those criticisms are. I would try to use that to form my own opinion on all the issues. Some issues I care about more than others. And then I'd also attempt to compare and contrast Project 2025 to Agenda 47 to see to what extent are there any similarities.
That's a really good idea. I'll have to do that.
Yeah, and then that way I'd be able to have some substance, behind, okay, hey, you said Private 2025 says this, but actually it doesn't. This is what it actually says.
I'll tell you what, I'll commit to reading the national defense section, because that's the section I was at anyway. I'll read that. It's like I'll put like a little bullet pointy thing together with like references to pages for you, so that you have like a ready to go document if you need it.
The common defense, you talking about section 2?
Yeah. So I read section 1, most of it anyway. But I'll read section 2 and like bullet point it for you. So like I got a little bit of extra time right now. I could do that.
All right. I mean, we can do a several part series. I'm going to be doing MAGA Mondays for the next few weeks, so we can come back and do a different section every day or parts of the section.
Yeah, dude.
Section 2 is a lot.
Together like a little bullet point thing for people to follow for that. I could do that. That's not hard.
Yeah.
If this were, let's say this document, like Trump really was super on board with this document, or not even Trump, like what would need to happen to enact this document? Like who would have to be on board? Would all of Congress have to be on board, or like
all the
how would you even make this?
Republicans and some of the Democrats, and you'd have to have both chambers, and you would have to disobey parts of the Republican platform, like the national abortion ban. That's explicitly against the Republican platform.
Where is there a national abortion ban here? Let's find that.
Yeah, that's a good place. Yeah, I look
the
at
general welfare, the Department of Education. Where would that even be?
It would be under
it would be in the common
welfare.
defense. The general welfare, the economy. So what? Okay.
And it has to do with
under
insurance.
which section?
I think it's like 4.
Insurance is okay. Section 4 is the economy. Federal Reserve, small business, trade, Department of Treasury. It doesn't look like it's in here. Department of Commerce, independent regulatory agencies. It doesn't look like it's that either. It might be Section 3, general welfare. Department of Agriculture, Department of Education, Department of Energy and related commissions, agency, Department of Health and Human Services. Is that what you mean? Department of Health and Human Services? Okay. So that sounds like something close to what you said. Department of Health and Human Services under Section 3. The Common Defense is more military stuff, and then taking the reins of government is Section 1.
I've only gotten through 300 pages of the book, so I'm not an expert on it. Yeah.
But you know how a table of contents works, right? Because that's what I'm using. It seems like Department of Health and Human Services might be what you're referring to as far as like what section it will be under, because that implicates health, right? That's on page 449 is where it starts anyway. All right, I'm going to go and check on page 449 and see if I can skim through 449, 449, 49. Okay. 444 and 449. Department of Health and Human Services. Okay. All right. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services (HHS) has a separate country. Were a separate country. It's approximately $1.6 trillion budget, with ranking the world's 5th largest national budget. For good or ill, HHS activities personally impact the lives of more Americans than do those of any other federal agency. Under President Trump, HHS was dedicated to serving, quote, all Americans from conception to natural death, including those individuals and families who face economic and social well-being challenges. Under President Biden, the mission has shifted to, quote, promoting equity in everything we do, end quote, for the sake of, quote, population sharing a particular characteristic, end quote, including race, sexuality, gender identification, ethnicity, and a host of other categories. As a result of HHS having lost its way, the U.S. life expectancy, instead of returning to normal after the COVID-19 pandemic, It continued to drop precipitously to levels not seen since 1996, with white populations alone losing 7% of their losing 7% of their expected lifespan in just 1 year. Nothing less than America's long-term survival is at stake. Accordingly, HHS must return to serving the health and well-being of all Americans at all stages of life instead of using social engineering that leaves us sicker, poorer, and more divided. And then there's an overview. Goal 1, protecting life, conscious, and bodily integrity. That might have something to do with abortion. Goal 2, empowering patient choices and provider autonomy. Goal 3, promoting stable and flourishing married families. Goal 4, preparing for the next health emergency. Goal 5, instituting greater transparency, accountability, and oversight. Okay.
The key to that right there is the happy family. They want a working man, stay-at-home women, having a lot of children.
Okay, the Secretary should pursue a robust effort to protect fundamental right to life. Okay, hold on. Because if there's a goal 1 is probably where there's going to be a national abortion ban. All right, goal 1, protecting life, conscious, and bodily integrity. The Secretary should pursue a robust agenda to protect the fundamental right to life, protect conscious rights, and uphold bodily integrity rooted in biological realities, not ideology. From the moment of conception, every human being possesses inherent dignity and worth, and our humanity does not depend on our age, stage of development, race, or abilities. The Secretary must ensure that all HHS programs and activities are rooted in a deep respect for innocent human life from day one until natural death. Abortion and euthanasia are not health care. A robust respect for the sacred rights of conscience, both at HHS and among governments and institutions funded by it, increases choices for patients and program beneficiaries, and furthers pluralism and tolerance. The Secretary must protect American civil rights by ensuring that HHS programs and activities follow the letter and spirit of religious freedom and conscience protection laws. Radical actors inside and outside government are promoting harmful identity politics that replaces biological sex with her race, sex, and other identities. This destructive dogma, under the guise of equity, quote unquote, threatens America's fundamental liberties as well as health and well-being of children and adults alike. The next Secretary must ensure that HHS programs protect children's minds and bodies, and that HHS programs respect parents' basic right to direct the upbringing, education, and care of their children. All right, nowhere in there does it say national abortion ban. The closest thing that I've, and by the way, this is just kind of like a summary going. The closest thing so far that I read in there was the stuff about recognizing life from day one. Let's see, the Secretary must ensure that all HHS programs and activities are rooted in a deep respect for innocent human life from day one until natural death. Abortion and euthanasia are not health care.
That part was a little concerning to me, that they're saying explicitly it's not healthcare when in many cases.
They want to
in
force
cases
women
of like
to be
extreme
incubators.
risk.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that's not what they say, right? So, like,
Yeah.
this is the thing that annoys me about our discourse is the willingness to just leap to the worst conclusion possible. It's like, yo, like, slow down. Like, that's not what was said. Now, I haven't read this entire section, to be fair, so maybe somewhere else it says it. The goal here is to, like, if people want to make these hyperbolic, or not, if people want to make these claims about, these alarmist claims, let's say, about what Project 2025 wants to do, let's find it in the text. Like, that, I think, is a worthwhile exercise.
It's so obvious they're saying what they want to.
But they did. They didn't say the thing that people say they said. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
They want to enslave women.
They didn't say that, though, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's something that you're embellishing. And it's not just you. A lot of people
would say yes to that.
A lot of people do that, right? Like, they say, oh, like you're anti-abortion, so therefore you want me to be incubators. Like, it's like, okay.
This is what Republican.
What makes you come to that conclusion?
There are lots of other reasons to believe in not wanting an abortion other than you want women to be incubated.
Agent, here's the thing. If you want to do this thing that you're doing right now. I'm saying find it in the text and prove it, please. That's all. That's all I'm asking. At least, because I don't have a lot of patience today. Now I'm
That
sure.
section, and I will look at it, and I will bullet point it.
Okay, but cite the page number.
I mean, please bullet point to me where it
Empowering
says you're going to have an actual abortion.
Patient choices and provide autonomy. That's interesting because that's the kind of section I would expect the pro-choice people to have something to say. So that's kind of cool. Goal 3, promoting stable and flourishing married families. Okay, I actually want to read that. Families comprised of a married mother, father, and their children are the foundation of a well-ordered nation and healthy society. Unfortunately, family policies and programs under President Biden's HHS are fraught with agenda items focusing on, quote, LGBTQ plus equity, end quote, subsidizing single motherhood, disincentivizing work, and penalizing marriage. These policies should be repealed and replaced by policies that support the formation of stable, married, nuclear families. Working fathers are essential to the well-being and development of their children, but the United States is experiencing a crisis of fatherlessness that is ruining our children's futures. In the overwhelming number of cases, fathers insulate children from physical sexual abuse, financial difficulty, poverty, incarnate teen pregnancy, poor educational outcomes, high school failure.
Manufacturers in the world, right here in America. We manufacture them and we sell them. This is our number one source of GDP, if I'm not mistaken, is military weapons to the rest of the world.
Yeah, was that the same thing? Was that the same situation 20 years ago?
It is today.
No,
actually, I would argue it probably was.
Okay, great. So it was the same 20 years ago, as far as our standing and military capabilities against goat herders, and you see how that worked out.
Goat herders. You mean Afghanistan? I don't know, man. We were in Afghanistan for 20 years. If we wanted to, we could have completely taken over. The fact of the matter is, we chose not to because of some sort of like quote unquote like
laws that we made up in World War II.
Yeah. Yeah, some sort of honorable duty is the only thing that really prevented us from fully taking over the Afghani government and installing a puppet regime, which we did actually. Could have
whatever you would have done on the governmental level doesn't still deal with the people who are in the mountains with the goats and the AK-47s.
Yeah, I don't think that it's true that China is the only country that can fight a war on two fronts either. I think we have the.
I didn't say they were the only ones. I said they were.
If we really needed to, I'm just saying, if we really needed to, we could probably. And I would like to hear the input of like, I don't know, really intelligent. Anybody else maybe that has some good insights on this, but like, I feel legitimately that we could probably handle Russia, China.
Your mind,
and Iran
out of your mind
at the exact same time.
Out of your mind. That is the American bravado.
Wait, what was the plan?
I think if we needed to, we could handle Russia, China, and Iran all at the same time.
Who can?
We, America.
America.
Yeah, we could. I thought you said Israel. No, we can. Yes, we can. We can. No other country.
Bro.
So have you seen
what
the
makes
war
you
game?
think that?
So concrete. There's a popular war game video on YouTube where a military analyst broke down how that would actually go about. I could post it for you if you want to see. But he goes through the. Now it doesn't mean that it will absolutely happen in real life, right? Because you're right. There could be a situation where we lose. But thinking that it's impossible, you're crazy. We absolutely have the manpower and we have the technology to beat all of those countries, but it would be a strategic thing where you would essentially block off all the fuel sources from certain countries, like China. Wait, you mentioned Russia, China, Iran,
and Iran. It's just those.
Right. So Iran would be the main target. Where
you take them out and cut off all the gas.
I mean, we could throw North Korea in there too if we need to, but that would be king. That would be king.
Bro, you got so many angles that are coming at you so often. The confusion alone is going to cause a lot of casualties.
We're talking about mass casualties. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about no casualties. I'm talking about suffering a significant amount. But at the end of the day, we would be able to hold our own. And
Chuck Norris is standing with his shirt torn off in American flag. Is that what we're talking about?
Concrete. India alone will try to wipe out China. In a situation like this, India alone.
Where is India and Pakistan at in this?
India is mortal enemies with China. Mortal fucking enemies. You think in this situation they're not doing anything to China? Come on, bro. They're mortal enemies. That's why I said you should watch the video. You should watch the video. It breaks all this down.
Everybody knows the reason for that. I don't know if they're mortal enemies, and I don't know.
They are. India and China are mortal enemies.
I know they share a border, and it's been in contention about the border, but I don't know of anything other than that.
No, they're mortal.
It really boils down to street food and who has the best street food.
Racist.
I wouldn't trust them.
Wait, what?
Not trust.
What? That was racist.
I know.
But true.
I'll find the video.
But that's it. I know India never tried to conquer China. I know China for the most part, has never tried to conquer.
It looks like India and China have been going through a few border disputes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It almost came to war. In the war, bro.
Water management.
The point is, you think India wouldn't take the chance to cripple China if they could?
Nuclear threats from somebody in the West.
No,
they're gonna have to.
We're not talking about nuclear. We're not talking about nuclear war. That just takes everything to a different level. We're talking about.
There won't be any more foot soldiers anymore.
You have to. You have to.
No, bro. No.
It's all about.
You can't. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Listen, it's all about drones and.
Yeah, but the thing is, drones are great, but there's a lot of EMP technology that's going to come to the market that takes a lot of that stuff out. So there's always a counter technology to any nukes, all of that. Y'all remember when Batman walked? You remember that scene, Concrete, where Batman walks like up the stairs, and then like people are trying to take pictures, and then he pulls out that wing.
That
flash thing, and then it kills. Right. That's coming. That's already here. So that's already here, Louis. That's already here. It's just top secret in certain companies like Lockheed Martin and all those, stocks that have been fucking going up since war is on the table now. Like they have things like that now.
I mean, the terrifying tech is the nano drones. Hey, what's up, guys? Nano drones are fucking terrifying. You could be a block away from someone of importance, have a drone that, like 1/1000th the size of a fly that's able to fly into that person's mouth, go into their lungs, and cause a tiny explosion that causes that person to die in a second.
Wait, what?
That's real?
Yeah. What are you saying to me, Jeremy?
Dude, nano drones, like if you look at how small the drones are, right? Like, yeah. We had little, robotic flies a decade ago. That shit's gotten smaller, right? Like, I think Samsung just introduced EV batteries where in like 9 minutes you can get 600 miles. If you take that battery tech and shrink it down to a nano drone, what's terrifying is not a nuclear bomb, but 100,000 nano drones that go through the air and literally can be breathed in. You can't even see the fucking things, and when they're inside your body, they just cause a small explosion in an artery somewhere that fucking kills you.
Jeremy making his cases for case for masks.
Yeah, I'm more terrified. I
Kids will be like, no, we won't wear our.
Like I'm more terrified about the low-cost destructive shit that's coming out of Ukraine than what the military-industrial complex can do these days. It's the shit that someone can build in their basement from shit they got off of Temu and Alibaba that terrifies the shit out of me. Like CRISPR.
I also just saw. Sorry, Jeremy.
No, go ahead. What's up?
You know how many military installations America has around the world?
More than only one.
Jeremy, what you're explaining?
Nope. In a small little coastal in a small little coastal country. It's
Don't be naive.
No, they have one in one country named Djibouti.
Let me tell you about
them. That's what they said.
Let me tell you.
And they have a naval base in Cambodia, but that's it.
Let me tell you about what I thought about, just from the logistical point of view, and all the shipping containers that go all over the world to all the warehouses and all the semi trucks. I mean, just think about that. China, shipping containers, squads within shipping containers, loaded on the semis, going to warehouses. How many of those warehouses are Chinese with squads in them waiting for over? Or
I'll tell you, number one, most of the products that we're having here, it's made in China. The technical things like TVs and stuff like that, they can make basically an explosive that releases a gas or a toxin at a certain period of time from a remote detonation. They can put it inside your Toshiba televisions, or they can put it inside your new vehicles, your Toyota vehicles or your Lexuses, and it's a compartment that it may look like it's absolutely needed in order for the vehicle to maintain itself, but really it has some sort of a timer inside of it that once, at a certain time, if there's a war ever against China, they press the button and all of your products.
Any Hollywood movie.
And
what's Hollywood about that?
So, like, our military prowess doesn't come from our defensive mechanisms on our coastline is massive. Like, people don't. You hear a lot about Iron Dome and stuff. That's nothing compared to what we have. Absolutely nothing. No one can invade us. And the only possible avenues, you couldn't reach us by sea. But secondly, if you were going to try a ground invasion through, like, say, Mexico, that shit ain't going to go over well, because you will have guys that pick up trucks with Budweiser cans,
right,
just shooting motherfuckers.
Unless you're 20,000 Mexicans that want to come over every day.
But I mean, aside from that, we would just be able to destroy that. And then you'd have to get through the terrain. So logistically, moving any kind of strong military onto U.S. shores is just impossible at this juncture. Then you've got our capabilities, but then what people complain about is our bases around the world, and people at home will say, "Oh, well, we don't need to do this." That is the source of our power. Like, the ability for us to go wheels up, tits up, cocks down, ready to cock lock, ready to rock. That shit is 6 hours. Anywhere in the world, we can attack like, if Russia were to, like, say, I don't know, drive up into fucking New York and start to attack, our bases around the world would actually do another counter to Russia. We would start invading them, causing them to have to worry about other flanks, and we would be able to circumvent them and just cut them off. Our projections and our ability to maneuver is far superior than any other army out there. They just cannot do what we can do. Our military is expensive, sometimes inefficient, but our warrior class and our ability to bring hate is by none, even without nuclear weapons. What we can do is you don't want to see the military unleashed. Like, no one in the world wants that. Nobody really wants that. Imagine having all the Marines unloose into, I don't know, fucking Kazakhstan or whatever fucking country, and just say, here, annihilate everybody. The Marines would make a Geneva Convention a to-do list. That's what would happen.
Like in Vietnam and Iraq and Afghanistan.
No,
hold on, Jerry.
Those were compared. I'm talking World War II. I would talk about World War One, like the Canadians getting sanctioned for what they were doing to people in the trenches. Like, people forget how cruel the Canadians were. Like, they almost got in a lot of trouble because they just
were savages.
Yeah. So, like, the idea, like, I'm talking a purposeful war, not a political war. Like, you could bring up Afghanistan in the beginning, but the long term, nah. If you're going to say, hey, Russia attacked us or China, holy shit, the rest of the world would quake and nobody would be running to that aid. They would go fierce. Like, fuck, crab fishermen turned around the Chinese fleet. Like, that literally just happened 6 months ago.
What do you mean? What can you explain?
Oh, there was a bunch of Chinese or U.S. waters, and our crab fishermen set out to go meet them and steered them back. They went sailing back off.
Yo, I posted the video versus the world, USA.
All right, I'll check it out.
And this was versus the world, not just Iran, China, and those. It's versus the world. So if y'all want to see what that war game looks like, go watch the video.
You can. Right. Wait, they apologized yet? My phone died. They apologize?
No, bro, you know.
Did they apologize?
Look at Donald Trump.
Yo.
Nah, come on.
Yo.
But King, because like the rest of the world, it's not even a secret anymore. Like, first target wouldn't be what people think it would be. We would literally wipe out and annihilate the Middle East.
Literally, that's it.
We would hit the oil fields in southern Russia. We would hit the oil fields that existed out in the South China Sea, and that would be it. We would annihilate. It's done. It's game over at that point. And then we would control the shipping. We would sink every vessel around a latitude around the world. They would just be open season on every cargo ship. The only way you would be able to transport goods on the Russian, European continent and against the whole world would be to go ahead and just try to do it Marco Polo style through land. And then we would just target bomb. And like the tungsten rods that we have in satellites overhead. We'll say sky and have a bomb force that's capable of like small nuclear bombs. We could, and they're just metal fucking rods going through the atmosphere. Like and we would knock out their communications. Our S7 program is nothing but a hunter-killer program from ships to satellites up there to wipe out every other country.
Like the American spending, the sacrifice that Americans have made over the last 50 years to fund this global military might. Do you think it's resulted, or let's say the last 30 years, do you think it's resulted in more global conflict or less global conflict?
I would say, I wouldn't say less per se, but I would say less damaging of global conflict. Like, the severity is not as it once was.
So the conflict that arose, despite it resulting in mass atrocities, those are lesser than would have resulted had America not been out there kind of poking and pulling and doing.
Correct. We would see much more, not to discount any of the genocides that have gone on, but we are not seeing the volume of death between continental countries to the extent that we have seen in the past. So this has been a little bit more of a taming of warfare that we see.
I guess after World War II, maybe you could argue after Korea, I struggle to see good examples of that, and certainly after 1971.
Just look at the death tolls.
Yo, I love these videos where somebody makes a prediction and they're like, America to be invaded by China, all the world ceases. And then somebody in the comments will be like, does that mean I have to pay my rent next month?
Those comments are funny, though. Those comments.
You'd be like, yeah, but do I? Yeah. That's really what's important. If you ever want to know, do I have to pay these bills when the apocalypse occurs? Yes or no? Please, thank you.
So like those videos where it's like 2 Chuck Norrises versus 2 million chipmunks, and who?
I haven't seen those. It'll be more like one of those prophecies about. Man, I've seen a lot of crazy ass shit on the internet lately. A lot of crazy shit. Somebody thinks that there is Leviathan in the ocean, and just weird stuff, bro.
That's a good one. I gotta ask people. Do y'all believe in giants? That's a biblical thing, right? Like the giants used to walk the earth. Isn't there something in the Bible?
Of course, yeah, of course. Yeah, no, they have an archaeological dig where they're alleging that they claimed and found a skeletal remains of people that were massively sized.
I've seen a bunch of things. I've seen like footprints, yeah, but I've never I think it's kind of stuff.
But it's questionable what a giant is. Is a giant 8 feet tall, or is a giant 100 feet tall? You know what I mean?
I'd say 10 and up. That's what I say. 10 and up. 10 feet and above.
It's like a little 5'2" guy meeting an NBA star for the first time.
Where were the big people found? Where were they dug up?
I don't know. I just remember seeing something on National Geographic or something once upon a time.
Yo, here's a similar story. So Shaq, I saw a video of Shaq, right? Shaq said there's only 2 times in his life, he said he wouldn't use the word scared, but he said it changed his demeanor, right? 2 times in his life. He says he's at a party and he gets this, like a slap to the back. Boom! And he turned around and, yo, what the fuck? He said, the first person, it was John Jones. He goes, oh, shit. Hey, what's up, John? How you doing? He said it changed his demeanor. And then he said the same thing happened at another party. He gets a slap to the back. Boom. Like, no, what the fuck? Turns around. He's like, oh, it's Mike Tyson. Hey, what's up, Mike? How you doing, bro? You good? I don't know. I thought about the story, but there you go.
What I've always wondered about Shaquille O'Neal, like, let's say he sent a dick pic. Now, average dick is like, I don't know, between 5 and 6 inches.
Bro? Black man's dick.
So, could you imagine, like, if Shaq had, like, a 5.5-inch dick? Like, it would look like on a man of his size. So, like, I wonder, does he have, like, a 12-inch anaconda? Like, I don't know. I just wonder. How does that work?
Why is it always BBC?
You gotta read Superhead's book. Read Superhead's book. She talks about it in quite. And some.
You're hearing Andre the Giant.
Joe Rogan made a joke about that one time. He said that Shaquille O'Neal could slap him in the face with.
Just like, maybe get back off of this, like, which guy has the bigger dick? Like, I'm an
It's Andre the Giant once said that, like, hey, when you go to America, there's all these things, for people in wheelchairs and people who are blind. But he goes, no one builds things for big people. Like nothing. No one gives a shit about like super big people who have to go through life with nothing around them being accommodated for them. But, and he said that one of his best experience was doing The Princess Bride because everyone just treated him normal and he wasn't used to that.
I will say this, though, to go back to the earlier topic. There is a way to bring down the U.S., but it would be slow. It wouldn't be overnight, and it wouldn't be a full frontal assault. It would actually be internal, and it would be through economic depravity, and it would be kind of pushing for certain politicians or political groups to seize power and continue to do the fuck shit that they do while the American populace starts to become more and more disenfranchised, stay away from elections, stay away from their governance, starts to withdraw, and then you would see a deterioration in terms of the infrastructure grids, and that would start to lead to a declination in the U.S., and then it would be open for attack from multiple sides, and that you would see the plenishment of the military, such as what we're seeing now, low recruiting turnouts, obesity challenges. We have to lower standards for people even to make it through. You would see that. And so be wary when you hear other countries say, oh, I really like this candidate, because you're sitting there going, all right, what is your next goal with that candidate? Is it the decimation of America, or is it you want to like kind of help push that you want to be the power and you want to take that from America?
I'm almost wanting to like, like you brought up a really good point with the disenfranchisement and the one particular demographic is not really joining the military anymore, which I can't blame them. I personally almost like, in a way, if things can continue how they are, I'd almost rather China or whatever fucking country take over, just so that the shit, the fucking third world trash that's inheriting our country and the the elites, those that are managing it don't get to they don't get to enjoy what was once a nice country. Like I literally, I'd rather just give it to somebody who actually knows how to run shit.
That's crazy shit.
More retarded than me.
Cut off your nose to spite your face.
Yeah, what nation in the world knows how to run anything?
Well, so here's the thing. Okay.
What group or what person or what nation are you modeling?
Oh, even if a country like China,
they don't know how to run.
The reason
their
being,
infrastructure shit. Their people are starving.
Oh, absolutely.
They have huge amounts of poverty. They have shitty farmland. They can't even fucking clean up their own water. I'm like, no, I don't want to live under there.
Oh, I would probably leave. But
even though, well, if America falls, do you think
I have dual citizenship?
Yeah, if America falls, do you think the quality of life in your shithole third world country, Corsica, is going to maintain itself?
It's a small fucking island, and they murder people who and burn down houses of foreigners that try to live there. So yeah, it's fine.
But does that mean that they don't have economic imports from other countries?
No, they rely heavily on
geopolitical influence. They're influenced by geopolitical events, just like everybody else.
Obviously, they're a part of France, but
there you go.
They rely on tourism primarily.
And do you think tourists don't come from America, who are now Chinese?
Hey, Brad, I agree with 60% of what you said before, by the way, which is that is the way that America will be taken down. It's from within and financially, but it's happening right now. It's been happening since 1971.
I agree. There's a strong.
And I think one of the big culprits is the military-industrial complex. Like, I think America could spend 10% of what they spend now and get the same, if not better, outputs. And I think the machine and the people who profit from the military-industrial complex own both sides of the coin. And you made a really good point.
That's fucking retarded, because why?
I'll be really quick, and then you guys respond. And Brad, I think you made a really good point, right? It's like, if you want to know who the enemy of Americans is, look who the enemies are supporting. And there's been lots of examples of both Russia and China supporting division, right? And in the most divided nation in the world, what's the one thing that both sides get together every year and agree on? It's print more money, which means tax Americans, and a lot of that goes to the MI.
So I caution people going down the military-industrial program. It actually isn't the greatest carnivore of our GDP. It doesn't even come close. It's the social programs that we have, the mandatory spending. We would have to reform them. And what we don't do is actually take a look at how that money is being spent, how it goes through. The military, yes, you could cut or reduce spending, and definitely you could handle a lot more auditing and practices that were sound and then making sure the money was there. I agree with you, but the military isn't where I would see. What I would see is the broadening expansion of social safety nets, while you see a decrease in such as blue-collar workers. Like, how many people know that, we had a ship running to a bridge, right? But how many people know that a majority of our infrastructure, road projects, bridges, things like that, dams, waterways, they're actually not up to par. They've actually lowered standards. We heard about this with the train systems in here, the transportation. Like, you are aware that on the same track that had that spill in Ohio, we fucking ship nuclear waste. Like, that shit goes by a train, and we have that going through the country. So, I mean, at the end of the day,
way, Brad, do you want it on the freeway with you?
No, I'm not disagreeing, but what I'm saying is, if our railroad infrastructure is not up to par and we're transporting that kind of shit, it comes through a lot of other issues.
Who are you telling? I go over some rail every night that feels like we're about to derail just because it's fucked up.
And I think,
Brad, are you saying that what sector did you call that you say we could look closer at next besides military? Because I would have thought the military
social programs, because I said, what we do is continuously expand social programs to include more and more money.
You know what
and
they
put
do,
more and more
Brad? They
people-
put out an order that says we have to go over that part of the rail at 4 miles per hour, just because it's fucked up. We gotta
Let's
go
let
4
Brad
miles
finish.
per
Brad's
hour.
trying to.
I'm telling them about the fucked up rail.
Yeah, I get it. Like, there's a number of those around. Like, our infrastructure is really bad in a lot of states across the union. Maui, we just watched the disaster happen with Maui. Thank you for the people that sued and got some relief. But what I'd say is the social programs that continue to expand and cover massive amounts has really led to a declination in, steel manufacturing, construction work. The reason why you pay so much right now for backyard, like, that's a good area to go through, but our roads and our regular main highways, rails, things along those lines, and even our airports are not up to par. And so we're losing contracts on those. And as we continue to decline and put more and more people on printed money and say, this is going to be, it's good because we really worry about it, we're losing the ingenuity and the ability to repair or make things, and we're seeing it happen throughout. Mike Rowe does a really great discussion on this. Several other people do really great discussions, have approached it and said we really need to start looking at how we're spending social programs that eat up the bulk of this money in this country, and then start investing that into the infrastructures. And
So if you were to separate the two, generate, that's right, by like you're not infrastructure or social program, but rather military spending versus internal investments, and internal investments including both infrastructure investments, right? Like there are so many countries that have high-speed rail, and America, like, again, first world nation, leader of the world, almost no high-speed rail, right? There's reason Japan.
Stop on that one. There's a reason we don't have high-speed rail. We could have high-speed rail, and
you have 300.
Wait, hold on. No, it's not this. Like, Japan and Europe having high-speed rail isn't the same as the U.S. Our geography and our expansive nation. I don't think people actually realize China has failing high-speed rail systems too. Like, you realize that, I think, what is it? Only one is truly working in a safe manner. The rest of them are not functioning properly, and they don't even expand to the area. So when people say this country has high-speed rail, it's still like, to put high-speed rail in the U.S. to cover it. Like, people just do not understand how big and how massive and how many areas and how many regions.
Okay, so let's not get hung up that. But I guess the point I was trying to make is that when Japan was forced to not spend money on their military and instead invested it in, and let me be clear, social spending that delivers a clear ROI to the country, right? Like, nobody complains about public elementary school or public high school, but everyone gets up in arms about the idea of public university. And why? Because those most of those graduates go on to pay a shit ton of taxes and be a benefit to America. It's a good ROI, right? And yet we're perfectly fine with spending $100,000 in the toilet for a submarine somewhere, or having a couple thousand military bases around the world, or paying for Japan to not have.
That's not actually even factually correct, because the majority of Americans aren't going. They're not utilizing the degrees that they get from the fucking universities in combination with the people that don't get to attend. So what you're doing is saying, "Oh, this is a great ROI." Yeah, they pay taxes, but not the overwhelming majority. And you're leaving out a huge section of Americans that actually don't get to have the return on the investments on either the degree or the fact that they just didn't go to college there, or they went to a trade school, or they went into a military program. So you leave out whole swaths of people, which, no, Americans really on whole aren't for a free public college option. Now, 22 states do offer 2-year degrees. I think they're about to jump to 27 with community colleges to at least get the first 2 years off. And honestly, a lot of Americans are kind of like, you chose a variety of degrees that you no longer can take out. And yes, the problem is that we've had financial dealings with it to give free, because people like you in the country, and I'm not just being mean to you, have said, "Oh, well, we want these kids to start off on the right foot." That's not an American perspective. That's not our cultural perspective. And nor do we want those on
And as far as Japan not having to pay for a military, no, they didn't. But at the same time, they relied on the U.S. And if the U.S. is not controlling the seas, you can kiss all those goods that you think are so needed for you. Goodbye. That straits are gone. You don't have the Panama Canal open to you. You don't have the Middle Eastern Straits. You don't have the Horns.
I get all that. And listen, this will irritate the shit you. As a Canadian who benefits from Americans, so lovely, paying taxes to provide us with, the ability to slack on our military spending, and we're not unique. The rest of the world doesn't, right? And all I'm asking you is that why make the rest of the world pay up, and then instead of spending
that's what Trump just asked. You guys,
instead of doing that,
when Trump said, "Pay your fair share,
doing it,
contribute,"
doing it,
and then he said, "Well, why?
Because why stop doing it? Because that money would be better spent."
You don't like your discounted cars? You don't like your food imports that you get from overseas that are literally protected and shipped based on the American Navy?
As a Canadian, I love it. I'm saying if I was an American, I would be furious.
We like our stuff too. That's why we do it, because if we don't do it, Canada won't do it, and we'll have all of you fuckers fleeing in here. You're like right now, we have more Canadians hopping the border and overstaying their visa than every other group. You're the number one group that's coming over here and staying over. Like, I no offense, Jeremy, but your country's a shit.
I got the chat GPT now.
You're about to pass, what is it, C-65, and you're going to extend the election dates to, what is it, the 21st of October or something, the election day, you're going to move it out a week. Well, you guys on the left have been cheering like, oh, this is going to be perfect for us, and there's a lot of things. There's one solemn reason, I think it's the 25th, I got that wrong. It's the 25th of October. You're going to extend that election day out. But the only reason is to put the massive administration that Canada has, where all their pensions come on the 21st. They become active. So you have all of those government contracts and all of those people going to get fucking lifetime pensions on the 21st. And that is the only reason Trudeau and others want to extend that out there, is to cover those blanket pensions. Otherwise, they wouldn't get it based on your own election day.
I don't think you understand. What I'm trying to tell you is that it Canada, U.S., left, right, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't. It's the same coin.
If it doesn't matter, then why do I want to give free shit to people that, don't deserve it?
Because there's lots of evidence that when you invest in positive ROI social spending, that delivers better outcomes for your country. And
I don't think that I don't think me pushing through and having taxpayers pay massive amounts for a police system to allow 18-year-olds to decide they want underwater basket weaving or gender fucking studies with a primary focus on blue-haired women to be able to have a free event with a private university or public university that's going to charge $200,000 within 5 years, and then has still put that on taxpayer dimes while we're paying all these people while they have a bloated administrative state with no oversight and no ability to do so. And then you're saying it's going to be a positive ROI. Meanwhile, the guy or lady that's trying to fucking make ends meet, live paycheck to paycheck, that didn't get the opportunity to go to college because there's only so many fucking seats, and he or she is actually struggling or working, or maybe working as a truck driver, now has to pay 60% of their salary in order to cover this, is not a positive ROI. And your stats are leaning one way or the other. I can pull up stats that say, no, full-time college thing for you bleeding heart leftists, I don't fucking care. Go to another country.
But I'm not saying
No. You're Canadian. You don't get a say in my American. Like, that's what I'm telling you. And this is where I'll get angry. It's always you leftists from Canada or other countries that come in and go, oh, don't you have an RI? But you live under the very blanket of the freedom that our sons and daughters provide you. You live under the very comforts that what U.S. sons and daughters give you. It's not you leading the charge to go fight wars. It's not you sending massive amounts of your children over to go die to fight for fucking some passageway in a waterway that's going to fucking allow you to get 80% of the shipping worldwide to go through. It's not you protecting the oil pipelines massively around there, or protecting oil fields, or ensuring negotiations with OPEC or making sure Venezuela doesn't try to topple the U.S. oil.
We need that. We have the biggest oil reserves in the world. What are you talking about? We supply America with the most oil. We're the biggest vendor of oil to the U.S. in the fucking world. What are you?
Not really.
No, really.
You send us oil, but that's not.
We're the biggest supplier of oil to the fucking world, man. Like, just Google it, man. You're starting to sell.
Both things can be true. You know, both categories can have their spending reduced. Because I do admit the college thing is getting a bit outrageous. Kids are, going to school learning things that.
I'm just giving an example. Like where I come from, you can go to an Ivy League school if you have good enough grades for about 3,000 Canadian dollars a year, which is
not that cheap, Jeremy.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Who said that?
You are clearly out of.
You can go to McGill for a year and you're going to pay about $1,000. It is. Dude, Google it. The tuition. Dude, my daughter's in fucking university in Canada. Trust me.
Dude, so if you want to go for a decent program, it's at least like 5 to 7K.
Okay, let's do this together. It'll be fun. Everybody go on their computer and Google McGill, which is effectively like a.
How many seats are at McGill?
Tuition.
How many seats are at McGill? How many seats? How many kids can attend a class like a year at McGill? How many? I just asked you a simple question. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 15 fucking million? Wait, we have currently 75, 76 million kids in the United States attending education.
And how many of those are actually domestic Canadians, not international students?
Yeah, I really don't.
We have lots of international. I'm just telling you that the local tuition,
a large portion for some of these top schools is all international students too. It's not domestic.
Let me just, I'll again reiterate my point. The local tuition to go to the Ivy League school, the local tuition for a year is $2,391 Canadian. So go fuck your.
Yeah, but that's for one program.
How many seats?
No, it's what it costs for someone in Montreal or Quebec to send their kid to that school for a year in any program. In medical school, it doesn't fucking matter.
Under 25K.
It's under 2,500 for a local. It's 2,300, not 1,000, 2,300 Canadian is what it costs for a year for someone from Quebec to send their kid to medical school at the best Ivy League school in all of Canada. That's what it costs. It's just a fact. And we don't suffer. We're not.
Look at U of T.
Lucas, there you go. It's 600 students. So that's fucking amazing.
Do you think 600 students go to McGill? You fucking idiot.
No. Class with 600 fucking students. What the
You're
fuck
talking about local. Local is just people in that area. Domestic could be people all across Canada. I mean, it's like more than double or triple that if you're domestic. And then if you're international, it's way more. So Jeremy, to say that it's like 2,300 all across Canada is
like I said that when you live in Quebec and you go to that Quebec university, the cost for a year for tuition is about $2,400.
600 to 1,000 people.
Are you asking how many domestic students go to?
No, not even domestic. Local tuition is the one you're talking about. Not even domestic. The prices that you quoted were local, not domestic.
The other thing too is, I just looked up McGill, whatever it is, university, 600.
Dude, and the pricing that he gave was based in like 2017 to 2018.
This is the problem with these leftists. They like no accountability. They
It's not left, dude. I'm saying both sides.
You're fucking left. That's every Canadian. As far as I'm concerned, I would just like shoot you at the border. Every Canadian across the world.
Jeremy,
I would rather have the Hispanics cross a massive wave than Canadians any day of the week. You bring no value to the fucking world.
Jeremy, you are legitimately a leftist. Like, you're a textbook, like, old school leftist. Like, you are what a leftist should be. You're more leftist than the wokey woke tards that we have in America. Those aren't real leftists. You're a real leftist.
I mean, outside of Ryan Reynolds making a couple fucking movies, nothing Canada has done. You have shitty beer, shitty fucking hockey, shitty fucking everything. And the only thing you have is land to the north. You give, like, I love his stats. Like, oh, we give you 50% of the oil. It's 51.4%. But you do realize that we just use 4 to 5 states to pump 72% of all oil production in the U.S. We're not even tapping into the majority of our states.
They invented American football. Give them a break.
And they have
and basketball, let's be honest.
Well, actually, no. Basketball. It was a Canadian person who invented it, but he invented it in the U.S. Technically, like, even if you count that, like, you guys are crash heads, so it doesn't matter.
Isn't McDonald's Canadian?
Is that like when the Blue Jays won the World Series 2 years in the same open?
Yeah, using American
with all American players.
Yeah, American ball players won it in. I'm playing for a Canadian team.
So how you guys win hockey all the time?
We don't take your Canadians because no one likes you.
Does Jeremy like Trudeau? Full of Canadians. Does Jeremy like Trudeau?
Oh, the only thing that Trudeau did for Canada was to legalize weed. After that, he's been fucking.
Dude, he's been the most incompetent prime minister we've ever had.
He's
He is.
Wait, Jeremy, you know how we put hot sauce on everything? Do you niggas put maple syrup on everything?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. And by the way, fuck yeah. By the way, hold up. That's a fucking great question. Hold up, guys. I'm gonna drop some shit on you. You can make a BLT. Hold up, make a BLT. Okay, classic BLT.
Stop it.
But drizzle some fucking maple syrup on that shit.
Stop it.
Dude, that's gonna make you want to be Canadian. That's gonna make you want to be a Canadian more than a woke leftist when Trump got elected. Like I'm telling you.
King, even
maple syrup on a BLT.
Like you just don't know.
It's gonna fucking change the world. And then not to reinforce the stereotype, my family actually has a sugar shack. We've got about like 300 trees on tap, so I know what I'm talking about here. You guys have tried this.
Everything.
So Jeremy always says he'll say he doesn't like something or he doesn't support something or he speaks very neutrally about it, but he has defended Trudeau many times, and he.
Can you give me an example?
I am about to.
Thank you.
May I finish, please? Thank you. So I was just in Canada for over a month, and I noticed that it's censored when you try to post a link. Even I'm not talking about like suspicious links. I'm talking about normal, reliable links like CNN or something, I don't know. YouTube, okay, anything.
CNN is one of the least reliable.
You get a message, any link at all. Think of the most reliable link you can. You get a message.
InfoWars without.
That Florida. So you get a message that the Canadian government will not allow you to post it.
Yeah, that's any news media outlet on like Facebook or Instagram or something. They'll block you from
okay.
And so anyways,
Jeremy,
go ahead.
The point is Jeremy is fine with it. He acts like he acts like he's tough, and he acts like he's suspicious or critical or whatever. But he supports it. He does.
Jeremy.
I think he's a bit anti.
Wait, Jeremy, wait for 1 second. Let me ask you. So, Cherries, where has he claimed to support it?
In this room. Not today, but in this room when I brought it up before. So ask him.
Do you remember when and how that
Ask him right now. And
well, I'm curious. No, because he's going to try to deny it and backtrack. I want to hear.
I didn't write down the date, but it was in this room.
That's fine. But do you remember what his defense was? Wait, but do you remember what his defense was? I want to hear both sides of the story.
His defense. Well, go ahead, Jeremy. I think he's going to tell you.
All right, be honest, Jeremy.
Yeah, I remember the conversation exactly, and Tara was trying to bring up the example of a bullshit law that where Canada came in and forced social media private companies to restrict the data that they could post because it didn't compensate the source of that data properly. Basically, a protectionary measure against Canadian media, right? And the Canadian government came in and put in what I consider to be a bullshit issue. My retort to Sherry was that there's no difference between that and the American government coming in and banning TikTok. that those are exactly the same thing, that those are governments coming in and preventing private companies and restricting their ability to have free speech because of political reasons. That was my point. I never once said that I supported Trudeau or that ban. I just made the analogy between that and the U.S. coming in and then both sides saying, hey, it's fine to ban this private company from operating and providing a software in America because they do the same thing that Facebook and American social media companies do, but they're from China. That was the only point I was making.
The law, go ahead, Cherries. Yeah, that's the response.
But do you or do you
Is
not
that
support
accurate?
it? Because that's what I asked you before. Yes, it is your response. So, saying you're not. But also because it has to do with China and specifically China.
They are trying to.
But it hasn't been passed yet.
Support the ban. And it has been passed, and it's happening this fall.
So Jeremy,
It's been passed, it hasn't been passed yet.
Yeah,
Jeremy, my question
for a
is,
good reason too. Fuck.
so Jeremy, the question is, you can't even post a link in messages here. You can't do it anywhere. Like you cannot. I mean, is it that?
Oh, sir, what link? What link would you like me to post? I'm happy to post.
Oh, so you can.
No.
I'm happy to post what link you're talking.
Jeremy, she's asking about like the law.
The
The TikTok
Canadian
law?
Like you post a link
restrictions.
here.
Or the Canadian one. I can post either.
The
No,
Canadian law.
you can't post it. I don't know.
No, Jeremy, she's not asking you to post a law to back up what you're saying.
She's talking
asking
about
how
the
law
censorship
works.
laws in Canada that don't allow.
So Chris, ask your
Like, even on
question.
your cell phone, you can't send a link. You can't do it on anything in Canada. That's my question. On your computer, on your phone,
The
anywhere.
question is, how does the law work? Like, what is
Yeah, got to. So basically, the law that they put in place in Canada said that any social media company that is going to post or allow people to repost news links, like you know how you go to Facebook to get news and it clicks through to your local newspaper or news agency? Canada came and said, hey, if you're going to source from a Canadian news source, then as Facebook or a private company, you can't do that unless you compensate them with money. And Facebook and all of them said, no, we're going to put our foot down and say, no, we're not going to pay the money. We're no different than Google when you Google a news thing and Google puts up a news link. And so we're not going to compensate those news agencies. And Canada put out a law, and I disagree with it, but Canada put out a law that said, okay, that's fine. If you're not going to compensate, then you're not allowed to do it. And so when someone posts a news article from Toronto Post, Americans can see it, but Canadians won't see it.
So wait, will they
Post it. Canadians can't even post it.
So will the link just not show up at all, or will the post get restricted from even being allowed to post until the link
It
is
gets
removed?
restricted from being able to post it. You get blocked from posting it.
What if you can you remove the hyperlink functionality of it and just post the link?
You can post text for sure, but you can't post Cherry's. Because I really don't know deep about this, but my understanding was that if I'm a Canadian and I post a link from CTV News about an article, Americans will be able to see that post, but Canadians will never see that post.
When I was in Canada,
how is
I was
that
not able
question?
to post Canadian links, not even Canadian links.
Jeremy, from a legal perspective, what do you think the primary difference is that prevents social media companies from doing it and say, I don't know, a university doing it in a research paper? What is the main difference in citing your source when it comes to referencing information between a social media company and a research paper?
I think that where Canada makes a distinction, and again, I'll reiterate, I think it's a bullshit law, but I think where Canada makes the distinction is that Canada has this concept of Canadian content, right? Which is that, like, if you're a Canadian radio station, you have a legal
owns the content.
No. What it is that if you're a Canadian radio station, you have a legal obligation to broadcast a certain percent of your content that is Canadian created content, which again is insane. I don't agree with that law, but they've done that in order to support Nickelback and in an American entertainment dominated society, right?
I was trying to post Canadian links. It didn't allow me. I was blocked from posting.
Well, that's what he's
links.
saying. That's what he's saying, right?
Yeah, that's where the origin of it is.
The law is designed to protect the Canadian companies first.
Content creator, exactly.
By proxy, the American and any other link is now also subject to the same regulation, because Facebook isn't going to go through and filter out every source on whether or not it's
no, but they do. So that's exactly what it is. Is Facebook was like, oh yeah,
no, Jeremy.
So all Canadians are going to suffer, but America.
But no, I get that. So within never mind. Cherries, did you understand what I meant? So like Facebook isn't gonna like filter what is a Canadian sourced link versus what is a non-Canadian sourced link, and allow you to, within Canada's borders, still post non-Canadian links, because that's way too much.
No.
So Jeremy, she said that when she was there, she tried to post a CNN article from America and she couldn't do it.
No, that's not. I don't think that's what she said. I think what she said, and Cherry's jump in, is she said she tried to post a Canadian news article from Canada and was unable to.
I tried to post both. I could not post any sort of link. It would not allow. And I'm looking actually for the screenshot of the message you get from Facebook when you try to post any link at all.
So I'm just an age different. But I think the origin of this, and then
you can
again,
only post Canadian links. It says you cannot post links at all. The government of Canada does not want you posting links.
any link.
And I will say this, just for the record, regardless of the fact that I also think it's a bullshit law, and I agree with Jeremy on his perception that it's a bullshit law. Jeremy, the idea of enabling and supporting free speech and the right to post a link on social media, that is a leftist position. So it doesn't give you any more credence to the
That's
fact
interesting,
that
Gordon. So you think a capitalist private business's ability to allow its users to do what they want, and the government's inability to inflict on that is a leftist idea rather than a right idea? I think that's a very right idea.
Yeah. I think anything that restricts government power is leftist in nature.
Yeah.
Such as
And
free
do
speech
you also
laws
agree
in totality. Free speech is very left.
Do you also agree that anything that restricts the individual's rights is also very leftist?
Anything that restricts an individual's rights is very rightist.
So hold on. Did you just say that which restricts the individual's rights is very right rather than left?
I wouldn't say anything is very right, and but I think the concept of free speech is like unadulterated, unhindered, unconsequential free speech is very far left, and therefore I think the opposite of complete restriction and complete authority over one's speech is extremely right.
That's fascinating.
And so from those two extreme ends of the spectrum, somewhere you'll fall in the middle.
I'm fascinated by this. So the idea that it should be illegal for someone to mispronoun me is a rightist idea, not a leftist idea, because it restricts free speech and prevents you from saying something that hurts me. So that's a right idea.
It is.
That's a Republican idea.
So no, I wouldn't say no. I'm talking about left versus right, authoritarian versus libertarian, right? What I'm really talking about here is like it's authoritarian in the sense that it's censorship of your speech, but it's leftist in the perspective of doing it in some sort of quote unquote like I don't know, support.
Doing
Doing it in the name of gender affirmation is what makes it leftist.
But before, did you get where I struggle with when people call me like the ultimate leftist? Because I think there should be less government for the most part. Like I will support any law that says if you want to introduce a new law that restricts my freedom, then you have to take away 3 existing laws that restrict my freedom. I'm for any law that says, hey, if you want to print money, then you can never, if you vote for a budget that's not balanced, you can never run for government again. Like, I think the government should be 10% of what they are and figure it the fuck out. Why am I a leftist?
Smaller government
is left or right.
So, smaller government, if no government is the extreme left, anarchy is the extreme left,
That's the extreme left.
Government is the far right, then a limited government is left leaning, which is what the Republican Party was when it was established. Just FYI.
I am so confused right now.
This political access doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm so confused right now because I thought it was exactly the opposite of Florida's saying.
No.
Someone jump in.
Anarchy. So wait, Dope, do you disagree with the fact that complete anarchy is leftist in nature?
I think that
no, because leftist, the entire idea
individual authority is
so let's be clear. So Dope, what are your definitions of leftist?
There's different ways of looking at leftism. Leftism at the end of the day is simply it goes against the modern conservative idea, or at least a modern standard. That's the best way you could describe leftism in a sense.
You want to talk about modern leftism?
I'll agree with that.
It's relative, like a leftist stance in the 2000s is different from a leftist stance in the 15. I
think
the
a
1900s.
leftist stance in the 2000s is a bastardization of libertarianism.
In what sense? Libertarianism, in the sense that it's the leftists don't look at themselves as libertarians at all anymore,
Leftists, at all. No, they don't. They are for individuality and individual.
American, you want Mike in American.
What are you doing? Are you shaving? What's going on?
I'm not going to say what that sounded like.
That's not
No one should be that excited about this conversation right now.
She's only doing it because I'm talking.
Relax. Stop the atheism.
Listen, anyways.
So Jeremy, my question is this: is it did you go to jail for it, or do you have to pay fines? I mean, like if you try to do it so many times, or it just won't show up?
The laws against the Facebook, it has nothing to do with the individual. So it's just that Facebook as a company is not legally allowed to allow those Canadian sourced news links to be posted without compensating the company that created.
But you can post links on other sites, just not like Facebook or certain companies.
Yeah, 100%. I can go to, as a Canadian, I can take a Canadian news and post it on TikTok or talk about it or do whatever. The law is a lot more related to copyright than anything else. All they're saying is that, hey, if a news agency went and wrote this news article and paid a journalist to go and research it and create it, then if you're going to take it and monetize it and make money off it by allowing it to be reprinted on your private website, then you need to compensate the person that did the work and invested in it. In the same way that if you want to play a song on your radio station as a private company, you have to compensate the content creator. That's really
you said you could post the link on something like TikTok or maybe Reddit.
Yeah,
He said he could, is my understanding. Facebook.
But why? How?
I think the difference is that if Facebook is scraping the internet and finding that link and then monetizing it by presenting it in people's feed versus me.
No, because Facebook's not doing it. You as the user of Facebook is the one doing it.
Yeah, I think that, and I'm not an expert on this. I'm just saying this based on my understanding, which is limited, but I think the delta is that when you go in and say, hey, I want to talk about this subject that was brought up by this news agency, that's allowed. But I can't just go and take CBC Olympic content video and repost it without any commentary or anything and say, I'm just going to repost this content. You know what I mean? It's the same thing as like, hey, I'm going to repost a TikTok, the 3,000 part TikTok that shows Dune Part 2 versus me showing Dune Part 2 in the background of a TikTok while I comment over it. It's that type of copyright issue. I think that's really the heart of what's behind this. And again, I don't agree with it, though. What I'm saying is that it's no different than America coming and banning TikTok. Like, I think that's just as censorship and government overreach than the Canadian.
Yeah, so dope. I mean, look, as far as that goes, that's a very authoritarian type of a law. To claim that if you want to post, but for some reason, I'm still trying to figure out it only like subjectively applies to like Facebook, and it doesn't apply to Reddit or TikTok.
Probably so not a problem, but I'm sure that they would try to apply it there. Like, right, in the same way that, like, if I illegally download a movie from one production company, because of Canadian law, I will get an email from my friends to be saying, I think the law.
I'll give you an example. Here's an example. So the law is the law, and the law ought to be enforced by all companies. But some companies are so big that they feel compelled to enforce it, and others feel like they might be able to slide under the radar. For example, in Texas, they've made porn websites illegal within the borders of Texas. So like Pornhub, for example, no longer operates in Texas, but like other websites do.
Right? And another great example in Canada is that I can play Poker Stars to my heart's content in Quebec, but the second I cross over the border to Ontario, I will not be able to play Poker Stars because it'll see my IP address and it'll say no, because the laws in Ontario are different than Quebec. And in the same way that like all of what we've been talking about for the last hour, including banning TikTok nationally, is in its essence the exact same thing as the Chinese firewall. Right? It's a government coming in and saying, I know better than what's good for you. And I'm going to go ahead and prevent you from being exposed to something because I as a government, think that I know is better than you, what's good for you. And so I'm going to restrict you from that. It's all offensive. And that's all not left or right.
I have a question, Jeremy. Do you feel like the Chinese government, since you keep trying to equate everything, do you feel like you just said, just like the Chinese firewall, do you feel like the Chinese government is as nefarious as any other, U.S. government, since you like to bring that up? Do you feel like it's equal?
No, I think they're very different.
Okay. You think they're very different?
No, I don't. I don't think that, I actually don't think that either are necessarily inherently nefarious. I think both do nefarious things. Both have branches of their government that are inherently nefarious, but I don't think the core of either of those nations or their governments are inherently nefarious.
I didn't say the nations, I said the governments specifically.
Well, I said both the nations and the governments. I don't think either are inherently nefarious.
Yeah. You know what's really interesting is actually, and you know how Instagram and Facebook, how it's all connected. I had to sign contracts to even talk about anything politics. I mean, no one believed me. My ex at the time was like, that's not true, until I showed him. I literally had to sign off contracts so I could actually talk about political issues. I've even been on Instagram where I've made posts, nothing with nudity, nothing violent, but my content, as soon as I posted it, I got, of course they didn't allow my post to, go through the feed, and I instantly got a comment back saying, that is not appropriate for our viewers or something to that effect. So yeah. I'm just saying that's happened to me,
But
not here.
The government we're talking about government regulating what you post.
Not
Facebook.
Well, the piece does. government is monitoring what we do out here in America. I guess they are big time. And I mean, I don't know if it was necessarily Instagram. I don't know if it necessarily the government.
So you think the NSA was, flagging you and stopping you from posting a bikini pic or something? I don't understand.
No, they were bugging you. When Snowden released his files, it released the information that the NSA was spying on every American that made phone calls or communications with anyone outside of America.
I know
something that previously was illegal.
And it was not a bikini pic. I already clarified that before I started speaking. Like I said, it had to deal with a very sensitive subject.
Yeah, the American government's doing this for sure. Like on large scale, right? Like we can even look at like the post January 6 investigations by the FBI and their willingness and nature of just like checking people's bank accounts, and anybody that had transactions which they deemed questionable could be subject to investigation and or even litigation potentially. But some of the people,
though.
but here's the thing. It's really not, because like some of those transactions were something as simple as like a $250 purchase at Bass Pro Shops.
Yeah.
Right. And they would justify that as though like Bass Pro Shops sells guns, so therefore we need to make sure this person wasn't arming.
The government spying on you is different than the government not allowing you to read links.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I agree with you.
But Sherry, do you disagree?
You can't even make an informed decision.
Sherry, do you feel offended by Trudeau and what do you do with the truckers and their bank accounts? Like, does that enrage you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so that's what Florida was just talking about.
I don't agree with it at all.
And that's exactly what Florida was just talking about. Is that in America, just
Jeremy,
like Canada?
I didn't say, Jeremy. Jeremy, I really feel like you're anti-American. I really do, and I don't like.
He
I never
is
said,
definitely anti-American.
I think it's great. I think it's great that the NSA spies on us. I never said that. So don't act like I did. I didn't say that.
Cherries, welcome to the world of a leftist Canadian. He's extremely anti-American. Why do you think I hate talking? Anytime Jeremy's in the room and we're talking about the military or the economy, I disdain everything that comes out of Jeremy's. It has no nuance to it.
He got quiet.
I mean, I don't know. I just met Jeremy.
The problem with the Canadians on this app is that they continue to go around and say how great Canada is, how much better they are. They have it than the USA, but they live under the very blanket of protection of the United States. If Canada was, say, in Europe, in one of those regions, Canada would have been conquered and beaten into submission by anybody else long ago. It is what it is. And that blatant disregard for the acknowledgement that they live under the trade agreements, the fact that in essence, we don't necessarily need the products that they give us, and we still conduct trade with them, it is massive. And within a stroke of a pen, we could literally bankrupt Canada and would pull our protection, and they would never be able to stand on themselves. And right now, they have a government that they advocate for that really doesn't do much under all their social programs. Their healthcare services is shit. They're ranked off and very low. They disregard the damage that they're continuing to do to indigenous populations, and they act like a fear when they talk about race in these rooms. But yeah, they have no problem wiping out fucking indigenous Native American women at an alarming rate. And they don't even fucking try to address
That's
those
not a
issues.
policy of the government to wipe out. Just calm down. Just take it down a notch, Brad, please. Okay, we all.
We did the same thing to Native Americans. I mean,
I didn't say we didn't
how
do
could
it.
you?
I didn't say it. What I said, and I'm going to be very specific. Canadians come into rooms where there's a
Don't ask
majority
so
of
many
Americans.
questions, or you're just.
And then they'll just sit there and say how great and superior they are in comparison to America. Yet they sit there and
ignore all the quandaries that exist within their own country. And I really don't care what you say, cherry waffle.
Okay, so back to the NSA, I guess. That was a good topic. So how was the NSA spying on you?
I never said NSA was spying on me. Are you asking me directly?
I'm asking anyone but Brad.
I mean, Dan, I'll come off mic whenever I want to. You don't own this room. Go create your own room. I don't even know who the fuck you are, other than some troglodyte that exists in a fucking clubhouse setting.
So regarding our intelligence apparatus, there are numerous agencies that fall under that umbrella. There are also private intelligence contractors. What you'll typically find is that your consultants, Booz Allen, or your within your McKinsey, who else? They're going to have intelligence arms taking care of the government and their intelligence needs that might overflow from their internal agencies. There isn't a specific number known, but last time I saw an estimation, something like 40,000 private intelligence contractors along with the government intelligence agencies. So it's not just the NSA, CIA, so on and so forth. What's the... I just got back.
What do you mean by private intelligent companies?
So
I don't understand.
the government hires private companies to also engage in intelligence gathering. Some of the companies that I named, Booz Allen. Also,
nothing like Boeing or Hughes or like Raytheon.
Yeah, I think they're gonna also find that you're. Is it me or her? She's robotic.
You.
Oh yeah, yes, you're robotic.
I think you're gonna also find that your defense contractors are also gonna be engaged in having their own intelligence apparatus servicing the government, right? Just think of it like this. The government says, hey, bro, we need some missiles. Oh, yeah, we can do that. We need some helicopters. Right. Okay, cool. And also we need some intelligence gathering services as well. Oh, sure, we'll do that.
Yeah, I'm aware.
You're roboting, man.
Yeah, Chris, we can't hear you.
Raytheon wouldn't do that. That's just not in their wheelhouse where they make their profits and in expenditures they wouldn't dive into. What the U.S. government would do would be Amazon, health insurance companies, which we already do that. They already collect their data, and they monitor absolutely everything around you. This is and the government does parse out some of that information. The Cambridge Analytica is another one. There's a lot of other institutes that actually do gathering data on U.S. citizens. Raytheon's not really interested in them. They'll just provide the equipment or build the machines or build the weapons that are needed in order to accomplish whatever task the U.S. government is.
Can I just get a confirmation? Did I say anything that was like overtly rude to Jeremy, other than saying that I think his opinions are distasteful when it comes to the military and economy?
I don't think you did.
All right, just checking, because I think I triggered.
I don't think it was you.
Eric, you're here. Yay. What are the eyes, Cherry? What is that? What's that for?
That voice, I don't know who you're talking to.
Oh, I'm sick.
Oh no, I got COVID again. Ugh, I hate it, but did you get COVID?
No, just kind of, generic allergies to the world. I'm not meant, I don't know.
Brad, do you agree with what I would, or do you have any other opinion on like what I was talking about earlier, left versus right? Mike, do you have any different opinions on that? Like, Dope said that he didn't understand where I was coming from. I was wondering if you guys
premise of what you were saying.
Well, your political, just the way you describe the left and right, essentially, I didn't get it because at least when I heard Jeremy, you were trying to imply that leftism is anarchism entirely at the most like fundamental level, which I disagree with. Or like an absence of authority.
Yeah, I feel like that is leftism, right? Like, so, and the reason I say that is because if I understand correctly, the origin of left versus right dates back to like the French Revolution, or maybe like the British monarchy and like the beginning of America, kind of in Britain, which is like so much that those who were in alignment with the leadership of the country would sit on the right side of the aisle, and those who were against the leadership would sit on the left. And this is in their parliamentary systems, right? And so that's how left versus right was established, which, if I understand correctly, I think is why, so if I understand correctly, that's the origin point. Being for the government was on the right, being against the government, whatever it was on the left. And there you go. You had left versus right. And so that's why I feel like anarchism is leftist at its most.
Well, no, because at the same time, it's not just being against the government. They're against the government, but they're against what the government represents at the time. They're still revolutionaries. They're trying to install their own government, the people on the left in the French Revolution. So they weren't anarchists per se, but they were still trying to at least reform the system radically. That is what defines the left in my opinion. It's trying to radically transform your current, whatever your society looks like at the time. And that runs consistent with everything that we can describe as the left in Western society for the past 150 years, no doubt. The political landscape changes, but at the end of the day, the constant pattern is that leftists look to reform society from its current standard, and conservatives are basically always on the defense since freaking the 1800s.
So I think it's interesting to open Florida because, and my understanding, I thought we were talking about American left and right, and it's interesting that you expanded beyond that. But my understanding, and I'm open to understanding differently, but I had thought that in America originally the left was pro-slavery, and let me say this right, pro-slavery. Pro-state rights, and it was the right that was anti-slavery, and then at one point in American history that's swapped, and it became, the left was actually more for the people and more social programs, and the right became much more less government and less and more capitalism. And then that also got messed up, 20 years ago. That was my understanding, but I'm curious to understand if that was.
I think, that's kind of, some people would try to describe the U.S. landscape like that, just using parties as the direct representative of left and right. I don't think it's that simple. Like, obviously, Democrats supported slavery, and then, 150 years later, they're calling themselves the Party of Diversity. But I think it's, if you want to put it specifically in an American lens, trying to say the left or the right specifically supported slavery is hard, because when you look at leftist politics in the U.S., Marxism wasn't a thing in the 1800s, at least in the U.S. Every political party was aligned on the axis of whether or not they saw government authority as legitimate. There wasn't a monarchy system, so the political alignment that from that point on was completely different from Europe. So I think leftism, the best way you could represent the left in U.S. American politics would be like people who were trying to expand Democratic leadership. I think the Democratic Republicans, like Andrew Jackson, ironically, could have been seen as to the left of certain political figures at his time, which is crazy to think about. And he was definitely pro-slavery. So it's harder to describe in a specific American sense, but I guess that's one way you could approach it.
Well, I mean, look, the American system predates the current day modern Democratic and Republican parties. You had Alexander Hamilton, who was the leader of the Federalist Party, and you had Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who were the leaders of the Democratic Republican Party, which was combined, right? Which, if we look back on in history, we would say that those are like, quote unquote, Jeffersonian Republicans, right? But I think it's pretty obvious, and just in name alone, you understand that the Federalist Party was in favor of a very strong centralized government. Alexander Hamilton talked about centralizing everything, even the economy. Alexander Hamilton was talking about some sort of a centralized currency even back then, right? And then, like, from the destruction or the breakdown of those movements, they eventually turned into a Democratic Party, a Republican Party, but also like a Whig Party, and even some sort of like a secondary type of, I don't remember what it was called.
Let me ask you this, right? And anyone else, rather than asking me like what sheep bandwagon do you choose to jump onto, strip away all that shit, right? Like if I was just asking you, like, hey, in as simple a way as possible, can you describe to me what laws you are in support of that the government should deploy that would restrict your personal freedom, and also can you tell me, like, can you tell me where you are comfortable with paying taxes for government spending? Like, just answer those two things for me.
My personal position is that the government's number one and most important, maybe even only responsibility, is to ensure my safety. And that doesn't just mean from foreign enemies, but it does also mean from domestic enemies. And not just domestic terrorists, but anybody who's trying to take advantage of me, harm me, steal from me. So it goes to my personal property, my personal property, body, my intellectual property, and so anything that's going to help further the cause of protection, which includes police, it includes fire, it includes EMS, it includes the military. It could potentially include the money, right? Anything that's going to help protect me.
So I just wanted to rise up because Dope, you had mentioned like liberalism and conservatism, and I wanted to make a note that the liberalism in America we understand today is kind of like not a bastardization, but I guess like a development of liberalism that like added on some like I guess sure. Sure. I could, it's a bastardization of what classical liberalism is, ingrained with like some like some cultural Marxist ideologies, like there's always like there's this like power struggle kind of like everything is like the powerful oppressor versus oppressed kind of like dynamics and all like the.
Can you give a good example
ideologies now? What was that?
Can you give a good example today of a successful liberalist, of a classic liberalism?
What do you mean?
Like you were saying that like America's liberalism is kind of a bastardization. Can you give an example of a successful.
No, well, liberalism post like the civil rights movements of the '60s, like the several civil rights movements of the '60s, whether that's the feminist movements, the Black Panther and the Black liberation movements, the gay movements. They've all like kind of like melted in these kind of cultural Marxist ideas into liberalism, which is like what we have today. So like classically, liberalism was like we influenced like individual rights and liberties. Like now it kind of geared. It's like liberals are more like focused on like social issues. Like like they're focused on greater causes. This is what liberalism has always been, especially in America.
Can I take a step, Jeremy?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think like it's similar to that of like first wave and second wave feminism versus wave and like introduction to fourth wave feminism, where I think like classical liberalism was developed with the principles of personal freedom. Classical liberal, which is like I said, like you could look at people like John Locke, I think, is the guy that you look to, and Adam Smith with his free market economics, right? So like personal freedom and autonomy is like the guiding principle of classical liberalism. But modern liberalism, given that like everything that we achieved and accomplished in the 17th and 18th centuries was like largely successful, even after considering the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, like every American had like been granted this sort of personal freedom and autonomy on paper to a certain extent, at least by like 1964 on paper, everybody has the same thing. Now, modern liberalism, which is more like late 20th century, like moving forward as to what we have today, is so largely based on like, okay, great, we have the hard work done. Now let's start doing the even more minor things like reducing economic inequality and promoting social welfare and enforcing like things that are going to help like bridge the gap between the parties that were at one point not so disenfranchised versus the groups that were disenfranchised. But what I feel personally is that like we're seeing some factions, at least, of modern liberals going hard on that issue.
Yeah.
To extremist almost to a communistic type of a route. Some people are really like rooting this core of bridging the gap so strong. Like they're basing some of their ideology. A lot of them are, I think, guiding their inspiration from people like Vladimir Lenin.
I think the United States has always been like we are the nation that's free, like in the 60s.
Well, I have a question.
In the 60s, in the 60s, I think the beginning of your question got interrupted by the middle of my submission. I'm sorry,
Chris. You can go ahead.
But I think
okay.
I think in the 60s we had. I think in the 60s we had a bunch of like people like rising up and being like, well, hey, like, well, America claims to be the land of the free, but we don't feel like we're free in X, Y, and Z ways, right? This is a society where like blacks are still like, I guess like the Liberal Party or the liberals have taken on like this, like they want to solve all the problems of the world, but I do think it gets kind of like overreached. Like there's an overreach. Like we're seeing like I think the worst versions of it today, where it's like shit's like getting kind of crazy. But there's a reason why like the Liberal Party has changed or transformed. I don't think it's always for the better, but
it's not so much a liberal party.
The liberal.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
So
And I can't find out. I'm trying to find. I'm looking, trying to do my research. There's a reason for why we have two parties, but some of it has also to do with the banking system. Something to that effect. That was like back in like in the 1820s when the corporation of America was forming. You know what I'm saying? So here's a question I want to know. I want to know if you or Joe can maybe answer this. Okay. Let's say if we were to go sovereign, right? You know, you're the Western Federation of America. Okay. Hold on. Wait. What was I going to ask? How was I going to ask this? Yes. Is it true or is it not true? So if you can only claim this if you, I think, deregister from it. But is it true or not true that our ancestors, on all races, all sides, have already kind of paid? We shouldn't even have to be paying taxes. Like, you shouldn't even have to pay for courts or jails unless you really commit like a really heinous crime.
Chris,
is that true or not
didn't
true?
Hear you because you are in the matrix. Can you maybe paraphrase and restate that?
I'll try one more time. So if you were to just register for the Corporation of America, right? So you're becoming sovereign. Is it true or not true that our ancestors basically already have paid? So we shouldn't even have to be paying taxes. Like if you get charged with a ticket or something, that's not true?
Okay,
sure?
so your question, the question is not true. Should we not be paying taxes anymore because other people already paid taxes? That's your question?
Whole group, and there was a lot of information on it. I just can't read it all. I just want to know if that was true or not, because I don't know.
I disagree with
I'm still
that.
trying to find information.
I disagree with that.
I put that criteria, and it's not true. Sovereign citizens and their claims are not true.
Oh.
Don't you be hitting on my sovereign citizen people.
Yeah, and rabbit hole is a shit show of an ideology. You can come into the room more often, Chris, if you turn in that pink ticket, and you'll listen to somebody like B Master, for example, who was in the room a couple of days ago, earlier this week, or last week rather, maybe on like Thursday or Friday. She was like talking about how she has a small little business, and she doesn't believe that it's fair or right that she has to go through the government to register the trailer that she wants to sell her artwork out of. She wants to travel on the road and sell her artwork on the street, but like out of a trailer. And she doesn't think that she should have to register her trailer with the state because it's like
what's your take on that for? I'm genuinely curious because you agreed for it. What's your take on
By the way, B Master is a libertarian, so she believes taxation is.
Hold on. What's your take on that for? Do you
agree
agree
with
with her?
I just asked a question. I just wanted to.
Yeah, Chris, if your question was about the sovereign citizen rabbit hole, I think it's a load of dog shit. To be fair, I used to think like that the sovereign citizen argument had some merit to it. It wasn't even that long ago, to be honest. No, like when I was a teenager, I think is when like this whole ideology of sovereign citizenship was just like naturally ingrained in me. For some reason, I heard about the argument one time and it all seemed to make sense. And I grew up believing this, but it wasn't more than maybe like 4 years ago, maybe 6 years ago at most, where like I started to change and I started to realize that there's a reason for the government system that we have. There's a reason that we pay taxes.
So Florida, can I ask you a follow-up question to what you said before, really quickly? And then Chris, go ahead, Chris, I'll go after.
Hey, real fast. I didn't question them. I said, then how are we going to build freeways? I mean, how are we going to do yada yada yada? But their fight against what I was saying was, you know how like when you go to buy a car, how we use our signatures because of the Corporation of America. We have a certain, like, there's like a backing behind it. It's something to do with our signatures, right? When we purchase a home. Because we have those assets or those funds.
Yeah, we make an agreement with entity, and we seal that agreement with a signature.
Correct. That was the argument that they said, when I questioned what they were saying. I mean, I'm still learning about it. I don't know everything.
Chris, to your point, and that was my follow-up question, is that I am 100% in agreement with your statement that the only laws that should exist are laws that prevent anyone else from harming my personal property. 100% in agreement. So my follow-up question is on taxes, right? And to Chris's point, are you, I'm going to assume you're okay with paying taxes for roads, highways, elementary school, high school.
To an extent, right? I think that the way we pay taxes on these things might be a little fucked up. For example,
how would you change
with road? Well, like with roads, for example, if my income taxes or sales taxes or excise taxes or whatever are going to go, property taxes, etc. If these things are going to go to the local municipality and pay for the roads, then I don't think that I should also have to pay to park road, because that's also going to the local municipality, and I consider that double taxation. Toll roads, on the other hand, I don't think necessarily are always double taxation, because those don't go to the local municipality all the time. And sometimes those toll roads aren't even built by the local municipality. For example, out here in Texas, right? The North Texas Tollway Association was actually built based on a huge investment by the Saudi Arabian government.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so if Saudi Arabia is a private investor in roads out here in Texas, and I want to drive on these roads, I understand that the money that I'm paying, some of it goes to the state, but a lot of it also goes to pay back the Saudi government as well.
Yeah,
so I don't think that's the same thing.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's a really good point, right? And what you're talking about, Florida, is the delta between public and infrastructure spending that all taxpayers are forced to invest in versus public-private or even just purely private, right? Like and there's great examples of all those spectrum. But when you look at and I guess again the question I'm asking you, Florida, is like, what are you comfortable paying taxes for that will support something that you personally don't benefit from, right? Meaning, like, if you don't have kids, are you comfortable with paying taxes for public?
I think you should pay for public health, for public education. I think that benefits the surrounding community. I think when kids are educated, they go into the workforce. I think more people I think it's all positive.
Healthcare,
it's something I would have an issue with having my taxes go to.
Healthcare,
But here's my question, just Mark. I did not know that at all, which is so crazy to me. I want to know why. I want to know why America allowed government or whatever private sector or entity to do that. Because what's really making me think is, we have the government, that's not the government. We're building, we put a lot of our taxpayers go into what the military. You know what I'm saying? It's military, but it's not the military. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but Chris, the reason, there's no laws in the United States that would prevent, especially an ally nation like Saudi Arabia that doesn't have any sanctions against it. There's no laws preventing them from investing in private ownership or some sort of capital expenditure here in America. In fact, the American government largely supports it because it's less money on the American taxpayer. And so if anybody wants to drive on Texas toll roads, that money didn't have to come out of the American taxpayer's dollar as much
I mean, I'm sure there was some tax money that went into it, to be fair, but like it wasn't fully funded by American tax money, and the American system doesn't restrict it. So I'm okay with that, right? So Jeremy, to the extent of like schools being paid for with property taxes, I think is a reasonable way to pay for schools, because it's like I live in this local municipality. And so my property taxes, which is the land that I own or rent even in this local municipality, are ultimately going to go to the local municipality. It's ideal that the money stay within that local municipality. As small of a government as possible is what for.
So to understand, just to reiterate what I think you're saying, is that I as someone who has no kids, I'm okay with paying cash to support people in my neighborhood who don't have enough cash to send their kids to university or high school or elementary school. I'm comfortable helping to contribute to educating their kids, even if I don't have kids, because their kids are in my neighborhood. And if their kids are more educated, that'll make my neighborhood better. Is that kind of what you're saying? And if you agree with that, why is that any different than saying that should also apply on a national scale?
Well, I think it's interesting. The real question here would be, is it better to take my property tax money and give it directly to a public school for investment? Or is it better to take my property tax money and allocate it amongst the families with children for them to choose where to send their kids to school?
That's a great question. And I'll introduce the third option. Really quick, and then Chris, you can jump in. But a third option is I will allocate my taxes to the best performing institution that delivers the outcomes I want the best. So I'm not going to give it to the crackhead families. I'm not going to give it to the shitty public schools that produce shitty results. I will actually give my tax dollars to the institutions that deliver the best results, which is educated Americans that go on to be.
Just to finish, the one thing that I don't think it's okay that the federal government be reallocating money from multimillionaires in Southern California or Hawaii and sending that money to, I don't know, South Florida or North Texas or bumfuck Kansas.
So you have an issue about it on the federal level, but not the municipal level?
Don't you want to lift up all Americans rather than supporting Japanese people's ability to have a good economy?
Wait, Jeremy, you're going like 0 to 100.
The government is the best purveyor for, if you're just talking schools, why do you think the government is the best organization to educate children?
They're not.
Clearly, on a federal or even state, it has clearly shown a massive decline.
Yeah, governments aren't even good at allocating resources. This is why communism and communism.
I don't disagree. Like governments suck.
The idea of just paying taxes and having that distributed has proven that there's unequal outcomes. It would be one thing to say if the kid educated in Kansas was the same kid educated in Beverly Hills and had the same status. Like that's not
a good ideal if every American had the same.
Actually, I think what would be ideal is if you allowed more of a private entity to come in. Like, who's to say that, I don't know, a kid wants to go, or you have an opportunity for, I don't know, fucking Dole, like a farming community, Monsanto.
Sure.
And they say, hey, we can educate these kids and we can do it at a cheaper rate, and all these kids will owe us is 3 years of labor afterwards. They can come work for us.
But that's what I'm saying.
But private equity isn't better results and more. Hold on, I'm not done speaking, man. Dude, chill. Like the idea that somehow the government or these local schools with your taxes is the best purveyor to educate, when clearly we have seen private schools far exceed these public school options in every metric, everywhere. Even religious schools far exceed the public school. That's why all of you during the pandemic were
because they get to pick who they accept. It's totally different. They get to pick who they accept.
No, they're pretty open. It's a
No,
Some schools maybe.
That could contribute to it, yeah, but
If you can pay the tuition, that's
but private schools also boast smaller class sizes, so teachers have more of a like one-to-one opportunity with students. There's a bunch of reasons why private schools fare off.
So here's and by the way, everyone should respect knowledge because he's trying to make Clubhouse chillism great again, and I respect that. But Brad, to your point, that what I think you were describing is the difference between outcomes of SpaceX versus Lockheed Martin and Boeing, right? And where you look at the outcomes, where NASA was like, hey, we all of a sudden have like 10% of the budget we used to, but we are still expected to deliver results. Who ended up delivering results? Was it the military industrial complex? Was it the public education system? Or was it SpaceX, aka the private education system that can deliver better results because they're not propped up by shitty government spending? That's what
What the truth and it comes down to is that we don't know where our taxpayers' dollars are going. We don't know. We have no idea where our taxpayers' dollars are going, period.
Hey, Chris, what do you think that both sides of the U.S. government get together 3 times a year and agree on?
One more time?
I was just asking, what do you think that both sides of the U.S. government, the only thing that they get together and agree on 3 to 4?
I don't know. Tell me.
Printing money, taxing Americans, and passing unbalanced budget.
Money, money, money.
It's not even close to being true, but the point
Why, Brad? Why do you disagree? Did you disagree that
They
the US
get together, like the idea that Congress, like in all honesty,
what have they passed besides? And then
dude, you can't listen.
There's more
when you
nuance
flat
to
that
it
fucking
than you
Canadian
want.
whip. They do a lot more in Congress and the Senate than you actually think. There actually is a shit ton of bipartisanship that actually goes through. You should probably look and see every year what the Congress is actually doing, but it's just a meme that goes around that this is doing something together and actually doing.
Why are y'all arguing with a Canadian? What, this Canadian don't know how fucking shit go here. Like, what the fuck?
Don't you start
Doesn't, and he's anti-American.
Fuck
He's
this.
anti-American.
This is the right time for this.
Someone give Kendall a bean. Someone give Kendall a bean, right?
But Jeremy, to Brad's point,
Why are we discussing tax policy?
There's a lot more nuance to the bipartisan budgets that they ultimately agree on. There's quandaries and quibbles over how the money is allocated and what it's used for all over the board. And I think at the end of the day, the only thing that they really agree on is what's going to keep them both in a job.
Yeah, exactly.
What's going to make sure that they both get paid.
Yes, I 100% agree with what you said, Florida. We're saying this.
Ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no people got enough.
I'm not trying to go back to the problem. I can't hear. When people think there should not be a government at all, that we should all just just totally get rid of government, people are not aware that we just create another government. It would be the whole thing all over again. So I just find it funny when people are so anti-government. You understand what I'm saying?
I actually. Yeah, that's why I was done with when you say less government is left and more government is right. That's what confused me about what Florida was.
Yeah, maybe I am making maybe I'm wrong by equating left and anarchy with right and authoritarian. Maybe I'm wrong to make the and conjunct.
The song isn't that long.
The most way you can get is you have full autonomy. You have full right to do whatever the fuck you want, as long as it doesn't hurt someone else's personal property. That is ultra right, in my opinion. And anyone that wants to restrict your ability to do that, that's left. That's what I think.
Have you seen the
Wait, can you run that back one more time, Jeremy? I'm sorry. One more time.
One more time. So I think anything that restricts my ability to do whatever the fuck I want, as long as it doesn't hurt your personal property, is left. Like, I think that is the ultimate right position, that there should be no law, no government, no organization that can restrict my ability to do anything I want, as long as it doesn't hurt your personal property.
So crazy.
And anything that doesn't do that is left.
What liberalism is, though. That's
right.
This is what rights are, or what they were. Like, so it's funny. It's so funny that like what was considered liberal before is now right.
So, Louis, are you pro that or anti that? Like, are you?
I'm pro individual rights. Yes, I'm pro. I'm for the least amount of regulations. People.
And so, would you consider yourself left?
Well, that's not what conservatism is. So, like, the reason why conservatives go through is that
there are other values, right? There are some communistic values.
Conservatism looks at a long-term plan.
He's probably the most conservative in the room, to be fair.
It's more about long-term solutions and slow incremental growth without the least influence from the government, and looking at the local solutions first, or private institutions such as, like, the free market as a possible
solution. Individual. It's pretty much success from individual success.
These utilizing the gut to change social cultural issues, which is basically what people go through. Conservatives have
basically you build up the individual, and as a result, the collective.
Do you want to just speak and tell me my own opinion, or do you want to just go? You just want to go through it?
Yeah. So basically,
I'll let you tell me what a conservative is.
So you're not
a conservative.
Lou, he wasn't done. You just started like yelling over him.
Go ahead.
So again, conservatives don't like the government influencing social issues, social concerns, and they take a longer approach to looking at solutions that exist. We don't believe in fast economic solutions or in policies that are going to influence, resolve conditions that should be handled on a local or necessarily a state level or within a community itself. As far as policies and laws, we don't look at the here and now, which seems to be the more, since the 80s onward, at least the left in this country looks at, like, what can I do now? I need it now. It needs to be done now. And conservatives look at a longer approach and saying, all right, you want to forgive student loans. Okay, we're going to forgive student loans this year. What about next year? What about the continuing years? Are we going to continue this as colleges are going to increase their tuition, as they balloon out their administrative states, and now you're going to have kids seeking $500,000 educations, and are we still going to be forgiving that? So for a conservative like me, I look what is going to be the end result, and I look at both positive and negative, and I'm with the realization that there is going to be a massive negative with every policy that the government goes through. I also believe the government is a hindrance in progress. If the minute it starts to weigh itself into the economic solutions of Americans, it starts to inhibit their ability to succeed, which is why people are screaming about their impoverishment, because we relinquish control of our economy to the government and we allow them to go through. Hence the Fed rates. But, that's a longer conversation. That's conservatives today. Real conservatives are not really on board. We don't even like the Republicans. Like, we just go along with them because, quite frankly, they're the closest to our ideology. If I had my way,
agree that it's two sides of the same.
If I had my way, I would just basically say, like, first, I would absolutely lock fucking Canada up. I would just say they belong.
Brad, do you support a balanced budget?
At the end of the day, I would say right now, I would have a reduction in budget.
Brad, I know.
So I don't need you talking, dude. Like, again, you have this Tourette. This is why I hate Canadians. Fucking Canadians. I want war. I want to go to war with Canada. I want to burn the Maple Leaf down. I really do. I fucking hate Canadians.
The retarded American urge to want war for small discrepancies.
answer his question. Do you?
No,
if
no,
you're
no,
really
no, 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 I
conservative-
agree with
If
Brad.
you're
I
really
agree.
conservative,
Dude, Brad, no, Brad.
then how do you feel? Why?
Go ahead, Brad.
Then talk
Thank
about
you.
the balance.
Because again,
Yeah,
like
Brad,
this
Brad
whole
is
idea that I need to
answering.
stop.
He's just doing it in a long form, nuanced approach, and clearly you guys don't have the patience.
Nope.
That's a you problem, not a him problem, right?
Well, it's enough problem now.
What
I mean,
is your problem?
It could be a
dude?
you in the gulag.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Brad.
yeah, you're not scaring me.
So, I even forget where I was, but
Well, hold on.
like,
Brad, so Jeremy asked you, he said, likely burnt down the White House, Brad.
oh yeah, I think we should just burn down back as a whole. But hey, I mean, again,
So I was asking if you support a balance.
So in terms of economics, I actually want to see a reduction in budget. I would actually cut about 40% if I was actually president. I would cut a lot. The social programs that everybody's dependent on, I would massively reduce. I would reform and probably get off SNAP. I would probably
the social programs that everyone's depending on. Yeah.
I would reform the healthcare system, or at least the health insurance institutes, and I would put it into the hands of the states and utilize a combination of what would be considered like a Medicare and Medicaid funding model, but using private entities to help manage that and at least control what the medical industry was going to be doing using value-based pricing. And then I would go through and do a variety of things. I would cut our social deficit massively in terms of our mandatory spending. And if you actually want to know what's in our mandatory spending, you should look at where we spend our budget, look under the mandatory spending, and then go down to the litany of programs. Failures of 15%, positive rates, and we pour in millions of dollars into these programs that go nowhere. It absolutely is fucking atrocious. And I would cut a lot of them. And reforming SNAP, reforming Social Security, that's nothing new. We should have done it. It wasn't meant to be a long-term solution. It was meant to be a short-term fix. It was never meant to be still in place today. That's the problem that you guys don't really understand with the policies that we have. A lot of this shit has been stuck around for a long time without any reforms and without anything else. And all they do is just pour more money into it and put more people on it to keep it afloat.
Would you support a policy or a law that prevented any elected official from being elected again if they voted for an unbalanced budget?
Crystal talking. Dr. Go ahead. I was going to ask a question. So y'all talking about benefits, right? Like SNAP and all of like benefits and how it was supposed to be a short-term effect with, who was it? Eleanor Roosevelt, right? Who was it? Was it?
Right.
It was FDR.
Okay. Yeah, FDR. So, I mean, primarily, and do you think that ideally, like for example, like this, somebody who particularly speaks to the people who benefit the most from those benefits, do you think that that would be something ideal?
Can you understand her? I can't really hear her.
I can.
Yeah, I can
Crystal,
barely hear
yeah.
you, Crystal.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Go again, Crystal. Just go ahead.
The definition of moderator is arbiter, mediator, so there was no reason to echo the sentiment that we could barely hear her. I was asking Brad because she was talking to Brad. Crystal, can you?
I was trying to explain before that. Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead, Crystal.
Do y'all hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes, you're loud.
Okay, I'm outside waiting to be picked up, so it's loud. I was going to say, I keep saying Eleanor. FDR was the one who started the whole welfare, whatever. And I'm saying now, white people benefit the most from those services and benefits. So if it was something, and I don't know if Brad cares or not, but I'm just saying, would it matter more because it's white people who benefit from these benefits more.
Race has nothing to do with it. If white people are on it, I want them off of it. Like I want every American off of it. The problem that we have is that they are restrictive in nature. They don't really uplift people out of the poverty rate that they're really in, other than it might boost them up to the next category where we move a magic line and say, hey, you're no longer, poor. And we do this from administration to administration. My goal would be to matriculate many Americans off of this while ending the programs going through. And I think, honestly, at this day and age, the idea of Social Security or Medicare, fine. I could acquiesce to a Medicare program that covered 65 and older, and those that were disabled as a pay for if you were no longer able to contribute to society. But I could end Medicare by doing another program throughout the United States that actually would provide stability without the rising rates of hospitals and hospital conglomerates.
Yeah, how do you plan on matriculating these people? How do you plan on matriculating these people out of like needing these social services?
That wasn't even part of the contention right now, Louis. We can get there. That guys, that we can get there, but like don't derail. Hold on.
No, I wanted to build on my progress.
He doesn't need you holding his dick for him.
No,
say it
Louis,
3 more times, Jared.
Stop.
I can hear the first 3.
Yeah, it's not about me holding his dick, but he's in the middle of.
Bro, he's in the middle of a fucking rant that could go on for 5 more minutes for all we know.
Louis, but then we're gonna derail the conversation for 5 minutes, for Christ's sake, or we could just
I have a question about something he said in minute 2. So like by minute 5, we might all forget about what he said.
Put it in the chat maybe, and to come back to it. Can you write it down on paper?
Can you please just give him a limit? Because he goes on forever. Please.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I understand. Like when I feel something is getting dragged out to the point where people are getting repetitive, redundant, I'll definitely start trying to cut in.
That's the same thing.
Yeah, thank you. That's kind of what the role of a moderator is.
Yeah,
So
I don't even think redundancy should be the criteria. It should just be a time limit. Because you could add a bunch of new ideas and just keep fucking going.
But again, that's a you problem.
Yeah, it's an us problem when we all have to listen to him pontificate about.
But when everybody,
we all have questions about something.
If you ask me questions, then you ask me to explain, and then you're like all pontification, like you're a fucking.
What did I ask you? What did I ask you to prompt the fucking tirade you were just going on?
Watch this. Watch this. Now nobody's gonna speak for the next 5 minutes.
Wait, what?
Silence is golden. Yep. Now nobody gets
great
next 5 minutes. All right, one mic up.
I forget where I was at, but like again, I said we can matriculate, we can build a different pay for healthcare system that is more in line with what the states and the various regions of this country need, along with the populace that exists in them. We can utilize a lot more private capital that exists out there and thus enriching it. I think we do need to bring back a better education system that is more based on the needs and the regions of the countries rather than pushing out an expectation of what every kid should do when they get to college, because everybody in this room doesn't even understand why they're sending their kids to college for a $30,000 a year job when they graduate in an economy that doesn't really make sense. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors we could go through. It just depends on which sector of the fucking economy, which Asian.
Yeah,
Louis, you had a question for him?
Process out of like needing these social services. How does that look like? What is like how are there incentives?
Yes, there is incentives. The first thing is I would remove the caps that exist that prevent people from actually earning income while on the social safety nets in the beginning. I would also remove the restrictions that isolate them and lock them into regions around the country, particularly in their counties or towns or states, not allowing them to move where locations are without the same safety nets, and allow them to actually seek out employment while thus decreasing the amount that they receive continuously until they are actually stable within a course of a year.
And that would actually provide a more safety and secure background rather than the all or nothing approach that many of our social safety programs actually take.
I'm sorry, was it just me he cut?
Like the
Brad, did you do something to Cherries? Because she seems to have a bee in her bonnet.
I can't remember. Maybe it was that one night stand. I can't remember.
Cherries, was it the one night?
And I know some people are not going to be happy that I'm asking this question, but when it comes to supporting welfare, yada yada yada, there should be like a limit. Like I don't know how you'd even regulate it. Where stop having so many damn kids if you're already on welfare. What so many? I wish that could be regulated a little bit. You know what I mean? Because just overpopulation, and everything else. How would that even look? Mm-hmm.
We're not overpopulated. We're at a deficit in terms of replacement rate if we don't include immigrants, and we should not even be importing the amount of immigrants we're importing, because people come over here and have fucking 6 babies while the average American citizen is likely to have 2 by the time they're 30.
Can I ask you something, Bill? I'm just going to ask you a question. Do you think that America should lock, like, ninja style, like Area 51 lockdown, and at the same time make it super, super easy for immigrants to come in either for 6 months or 3 months to take jobs that Americans don't want to take at, minimum wage that's agreed on by all Americans. And they have to pay taxes on those jobs and those wages. They don't have access to the majority of social programs, and there's zero path for citizenship for those people. Would you be in support for that?
Really interesting.
That's just enforced immigration with still the opportunity to have people come here as migrant workers, which I don't see as a problem.
Locking it down,
But the problem is we're letting.
Crazy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. Ninja style. I don't think most Americans would be opposed to that.
But that America was like the melting pot. That whole principle of America. For everybody. For people to come here from other countries in the name of freedom or opportunities. Okay, so I understand that. But if you go to other countries, you can't. It's hard to buy property in other countries. It's hard to get a visa to even go to England. But in America, we don't have that. I think that's interesting.
But Christy, do you hear what I said? What I was suggesting was a system similar to Dubai, where it's that, hey, if you're a foreigner and you want to come in and take jobs that our wealthy, privileged don't want to take, that's fine. We're happy to allow you to do that. You have to pay taxes. You have zero path to citizenship because you do that. And you also have a limited access to social safety nets that are paid for by American taxes. I think that if Americans were very open to that would solve a lot of the immigration issues that they're facing today with immigrants who, are invading the country, not paying taxes, doing illegal work. All these problems are a result of not the number of walls that are on the southern border, but are rather a problem with the laws that enable these people to come in. Because most Mexicans, like before the 40s, Mexicans would come over to America, work for the day, and then go back to Mexico. And then when it was hard to cross the border, they stopped going home at night. That's the. Do you agree? Disagree with that?
I don't know if they went back home every night. I wouldn't necessarily with it.
That's Mexicans in fucking border towns. What about the Mexicans in New Jersey? The Mexicans.
Yeah, 3 month visa, 6 month visa, concrete. Like if you've been to Canada, there's no Canadians. There are very few Canadian citizens that work at Tim Hortons. But it's because we allow foreigners to come in and take these jobs that most Canadians wouldn't take, and they're happy to do it. But there's no path for them to become Canadians.
Yeah,
they come in, they work for 6 months, and they go home. Sucks for them, not for Canadian.
Sucks for Canadians too.
Why? We don't want those jobs. We're privileged. We have enough social safety nets that we don't want.
I'll explain it. It's not that complicated. So just think of your country as an economic engine that it has, however many cylinders, right? And if your population is only running on 6 cylinders, the immigrants come from 1 cylinder, then you're getting more output. You agree?
I have a question related.
You agree? Yes or no? Like, hold on, just chill. I'm trying to
you
agree? Yes or no?
Yes, I understand your question. Yeah.
Look. Just say yes or no. Do you agree? Or just say you didn't understand and I'll repeat it. I'll help you out. Like, do you agree?
Can I, in 30 seconds, just ask if I understand and answer your question? Is that okay, concrete? So in 30 seconds, what you're saying is that, hey, Jeremy, if it takes 8 cylinders to fire full performance and your society and your citizens can only fulfill 6, are you cool with bringing in immigrants to take the shittiest of the 8? Those other 2? Yes, I am. Yes, I'm cool.
I didn't ask you that, whether or not you care about it. I asked you whether or not you understand the concept of eking out or getting more economics out of your environment based on people like engaging in your economy. Do you understand that?
Yes, 100%.
That happens? Okay, cool. So if it's the case that you are only affording them certain privileges as opposed to like a full suite of privileges like an American would, do you think that they are more or less inclined to continue their investment in your economy and grow their investment in your economy? Yes or no?
I think they will, as long as their home nation reality is lesser than their ability to do it in my economy. So yes, but it's dependent on the quality of. So what I'm saying is, yes, I think that people come from shittier nations than ours will come to our nation and do that, but I don't expect a lot of Swiss or Finns to come to Canada.
You misunderstood. So if somebody is allowed to work in your country, do you think that they would invest more with a limited set of privileges or rights or abilities, or do you think they would invest more with a robust or full suite of privileges? In which of those 2 scenarios would a foreigner be more interested in investing in the country that they are, immigrating towards? Where they're limited in their rights and abilities, or where they're not limited in their rights and abilities?
And concrete, I'm not trying to fight with you. I'm legit trying to engage with you.
Answer the question.
I'm trying to.
You want to give the preamble, just give the answer.
Dude.
Not that hard, bro. It's not a trick question. Not a gotcha.
No, because
it's just like, what's taking so long to answer the question?
You literally asked 3 questions.
All right. You're running away, bro.
I'm not. You want me to tell you the 3 questions you asked?
You suck so bad.
I say, all right. I'll go on mute. Go ahead.
Long-form answer. Not everything is going to be cut and dry, and so on.
Do the long form answer. Do you hear, Jeremy? That's all there is long form answers.
I know, but
it's a waste of time.
Might be worth it.
Okay.
Wait, and scotch, whatever your fucking flavor of the night is.
Yeah.
I'll be concrete. I'll be quick. I'll try to be quick, right? Because what I hear you asking is like, hey, for the benefit of Canadians, is it good to let these people?
That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you about the benefit of Canadians. I gave you 2 scenarios.
Repeat the question.
One scenario, they are coming to immigrate and they have a limited set of rights and abilities. Another, they have a more robust set of rights and abilities. Out of those two different scenarios, which one is an immigrant more inclined to continue and improve their investments in said environments? That's all I've asked you. It's easy stuff that doesn't need 30 fucking...
Fine. If you're going to use the term immigrant, then yes, you should give immigrants who are going to become citizens all the advantages you can to make them successful citizens. Yes, I answered your question.
You didn't.
Which one is more what?
I just answered the question in 5 fucking seconds. I answered the question, you bitchy. Like, fuck, guys, it's so annoying.
It doesn't make any sense why you operate like this, bro.
Concrete, I answered your question.
Other than you're being evasive because you're afraid of the consequences.
I answered your question in 5 seconds.
Since that people are confused.
Maybe he doesn't like the nature of the question.
Of course, you didn't like my answer. You didn't like my answer. What don't you like about my answer?
It defeats his stupid argument, and that's why he doesn't want to engage. Like
Concrete, you asked me a question, I answered it. What don't you like about my answer?
Constantly does whenever
Concrete, what don't you like about my answer? Answer the question. What don't you like?
Literally already stated all.
He's saying you're not answering his question succinctly nor directly. That's what he's saying. Oh, his question was: would immigrants prefer to go to a country where they're, and correct me if I'm wrong, Concrete, because I was only halfway listening, where they're benefited or where their benefits are unlimited and unrestricted? Concrete, is that correct?
Yeah.
Would immigrants prefer to go to a country where they're limited and restricted or unlimited?
Very easy.
Limited and unlimited and unrestricted. Countries and immigrants should
come here for opportunities, period.
And that's what happened. Well, it opens the door to all that other noise instead of him just answering.
Happy answer.
All right, so you said unlimited. All right, so you said unlimited and unrestricted. Now go.
No,
I think that governments and people who are going to develop the process and the flow of becoming citizens through immigration.
That's Brando just.
I am going to teach him how to communicate as a
non-Canadian. Deal with your fucking white buffoonery, not the white Canadian buffoonery. I already have to shut down Jeremy's buffoonery. The only reason he's on stage still is because he's white. Don't make me do the same thing to you.
Keep better, that's all.
What I was trying to say is that if the conversation is about how to become an immigrant that becomes a citizen in a nation, that is different than the ease of which you give a work visa to someone who has no advantage of becoming a citizen than someone who doesn't have a work visa that lives in Pakistan. That was the conversation I thought we were having. If you want to talk about how easy it should be for an immigrant to become a citizen in a given nation, let's have that conversation. I don't think that.
You see, Florida, why the long-winded responses aren't helpful? Because he actually forgets the purpose of the conversation or why I was opening that door.
He does the same thing with the military-industrial complex.
That Jeremy, you're the one that actually made the statement about Dubai and how they restrict people's benefits or benefits. And then he asked, that's what.
It's more beneficial to you in your country, in your economic status or economic conditions, if you give them more rights, because that's just going to incentivize them to invest more in your country. It's just that simple.
I just wanted to say something about that because I heard you guys talking, if that's okay. The reason why I disagree with what you're saying, Concrete, is because I'm Canadian, and that did happen with like the Chinese buying and investing in like real estate here. And all that does is raise the real estate prices because like Canadians can't afford to buy homes.
That
So I don't
doesn't
think
mean, that doesn't invalidate my point. That just says that there's negative outcomes that you didn't when people were given the right to buy your country. One second. So and the awesome thing about it is, even if you were to give a full suite of rights to people at a particular level, doesn't mean you have to offer it at another level, which is to say there could be like a wealth threshold that you employ, such that maybe the regular guy who comes over and immigrates those menial tasks that you Canadians don't want to do, he's benefiting your community. You allow him to like buy a house and send his kids to college. It doesn't mean that you have to grant that to the conglomerate. One second, I'm almost done. Doesn't mean you have to grant. I think you get the picture, but I'll just say it anyway for those who don't. It doesn't mean you have to grant it to the conglomerates and the wealthy, sovereign nations and blah blah blah. You get it, right?
But yeah, but he does say that a lot of the, like specifically I'm speaking on, because when I was in university and I also worked at the bank, I was friends with a lot of Asian women, and a lot of them come over here, and I feel like when we talk about immigration, we see it as like it's only the poorest people coming here, but that's not true. Like in a lot of other countries like India and China, like the people that come over here, they're often wealthy in their countries. Yeah. That's the only reason why they made it here. And a lot of them here, and the girls like that I went to school with, they were in school just because it was like a free ride for them to experience Canada. Like they really came here to get citizenships or just to even be a student to be able to purchase and buy. Like it's literally like an investment.
Yeah, so Rich, let me ask you something.
Yes,
if your parents as a Canadian,
right. And that was my point of view way before this whole question thing with Jeremy started. She's actually bringing up some really solid truth. Like I said, most people I used to live in Europe. We had to get work visas. We had to pay to be there. You know what I'm saying? Or the companies paid my father to be there, to do these particular tasks. You know what I'm saying? But she does bring up a valid point. If you actually go into a lot of these businesses and even our farmland, even our housing, we are going through the same problems in America. Yes, we are.
Yes, so Rich, let me ask you something. So Rich, if your parents were like third generation Canadians and they bought their house for $5,000 and today their house is worth $500,000 and they decide, hey, I'm going to put it on the market because I'm Canadian, and that this is what's going to make Rich be able to make her kids or his kids successful, and their house doesn't sell, and why doesn't it sell? Because their fucking government put in laws that restrict foreign individuals from buying Canadian real estate. Their government came in and put in bullshit leftist fucking protectionist laws that prevent your parents from selling their house to some Chinese person for $500,000. So the only people that your parents can sell your house to is poor ass fucking shitty Canadian for $300,000. Hold on, and so your parents suffer because of the protectionist fucking laws that prevent foreigners from investing in Canadian real estate. How do you?
Okay, so first I want to say that I'm not against immigration. My parents are immigrants, so like I'm a first generation Canadian, so I'm not against immigration at all.
So Rich, how do you feel about Canadian law that prevents your parents from selling their house to
law exists, Jeremy.
It does. Trudeau prevents foreigners from buying Canadian.
She's an immigrant talking about I hate these damn
I'm not an
Chinese.
immigrant. I never said I hated.
Okay,
I never
can we
once
do
said I
one mic?
hated. I was just putting another perspective out there that's actually happening right now in real time. And so to speak back on what I was saying, what they actually did do in Canada was all they did was, like you said, they raised the prices but for a lot of those foreign people, like that's nothing. Like it's just money to them. So it's like they can't afford to buy a $2 million fucking condo. They can't afford to provide all those things because it's just money. Right? That's what Canadians, like I can't speak on America, but that's the problem that Canadians are having, because it's like, yeah, you can raise it for them, but they can still afford it.
So your first generation immigrant parents, Canadians, can't sell their property at the price they want, and then that it's actually worth, because the Canadian government prevents foreign buyers from buying that property unless they pay 30% more than anyone.
Yeah, but what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that is that your parents can't get the money that their property is worth because the government wants to put in protectionist.
Okay, so for instance, like immigration happened in Canada in about the 1980s. So everybody that bought
Rich, there was no immigration in Canada before the 80s. Come on, Rich.
Maybe not, but I'm talking about specifically from my country. I'm just talking about from what I know. So maybe sure there are more, but what I'm trying to say is from the community that I know, a lot of them, they've already made money on their houses. It's more the millennials that are not going to be able to afford houses. I feel like the immigrant parents that are already here that had like my parents that had me here, they've already made the money on their houses, and that's never going to happen again in our society. The money that they're making on houses, the boomers are making, we're never going to be able to see that sort of increase at all. So if that's the argument, we might as well just stop it now because that's never going to happen again. They bought it at a time.
If the boomers sell a house, where do they move? If they, how are they going to buy another house?
They move to the graveyard.
Well, they pass it down or they just downsize, right? They sell it or whatever the case is.
Well, it's a deadlock right now, so that's the problem. It's just a waiting.
I don't know how it works over there, but usually people in their 80s here, by that time they want to sell their house and then they want to move into a little condo or retirement home.
It works the same way everywhere. It's called living life. What the fuck?
Well, I don't think so. Some countries don't.
You don't think so?
No.
But
that people get married, they have. Wait, 1 second, sir. You don't think people get married, they have children, they buy accommodations for those children. Those children get older and move out to have their own accommodations, and then once their accommodations are too much for them, such as maintenance and size, they decide that I don't want these accommodations anymore because I don't need these accommodations anymore. You think that's an American thing, or is that
I think
a
some
life
countries
thing?
they have people growing up in the same house for generations and generations and generations because it's just a different type of privilege to be able to sell a house. Like we're not going to act like owning a house is not
Those
a big
people
privilege.
still exist, and that dynamic still exists. There's people who have generational houses in America today. And it's just informing you that this, like, I just want to.
Concrete, you heard the lady. She's not trying to argue.
I just want to shut up, bro.
I think the reason why.
Anyway, so the whole point very simply is it's a natural phenomenon or Canadian phenomenon about growing and downsizing and what happens to boomers downsize.
So I think Rich, why you believe that is the same reason why people think that you should buy a diamond for your wife when you propose to her, is that there are private companies that have built this narrative that this is what you should do, and that's what's best. And when you look at your parents, and they grew up before 1971, and they participated in an economy that was based on real money, yeah, buying a house was a really good idea. And then, right now, everyone buys a house because they think that's what they should do, when really it's the same thing as buying to propose to your wife.
I agree with that, Jeremy. I don't think a house is the best
That is the
investment
most
for
backward thinking I've ever.
Jeremy, I understand.
I swear to God, Jeremy, sometimes you need to know your audience before you speak.
It's not even it. He needs to develop his thoughts. Forget about the audience. Okay, I know you're I'm very hateable. Hold on, I acknowledge I'm very hateable. Does anyone understand what I'm trying to make today? Understand the analogy
A false scarcity
is
the same thing as buying a home.
Right. But dude, 90% of your loan payments, 90% of your mortgage payment goes towards property.
He's an anti-capitalist. I'm not gonna think past. I don't like capitalists and everything that's like a capitalistic endeavor. I'm gonna stop.
He's
anti-American.
Earlier, Concrete. He's just anti.
No, what do you mean? Mortgages is not an American phenomenon.
Mortgages isn't necessarily an American phenomenon, but it is a capitalist one. And Jeremy looks at anything that is
I love capitalism.
I hate capitalism. He turns his brain off and thinks that capitalism is making.
He just says
capitalism.
He can associate with America. So rationalism, it's not our fault.
Don't say your unintelligence score that it says you're doing yourself.
Rich, it's not our fault that we have leftist Canadians in the room. It's just Jeremy's fault.
I am so pro-capitalism and anti.
I understand Florida.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you for.
Go ahead, Rusty. Because I'm so pro capitalism, anti fucking government overreach. But go.
Oh, I don't have anything.
No, so I was asking a question like, does anyone understand the analogy that was trying to?
Oh, sorry.
Don't
Yes, I
you
understand
fucking tell
your
women
analogy,
what to
Jeremy.
do, you schmuck. You fucking Canadian kike.
Wow.
Jesus. I do like Florida like once in a while. I have to admit.
How do you feel about the like if we canceled natural like if you're born in the United States you're a citizen. If we cancel that, there would be a lot of like Jewish American citizens.
Cancel what, Louis?
What is it? The birthright by just like citizenship by birthright. Like you're born.
Like, gotcha. Yeah. Should you cancel that? It's a
No,
good
I'm
question.
saying I think Florida said we don't need it anymore, or like there's no purpose anymore. But like, was there a purpose like in the 40s for it?
I think it's okay if you have good border control.
Oh my gosh.
Florida,
You're talking about the birthright citizenship?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any reason for it anymore.
It's
overstated as
like,
well.
Was a reason
There's people coming over here just to get
in the 40s where like a bunch of
Andrew, I did something in the chat.
Are
you talking about
beautiful woman, you?
The Jewish
Hold on, everybody.
Yeah.
who were
Okay, what?
Yeah. So would it have like in the 40s? Was it necessary then?
No.
Yeah, but if we take that away, like effectively there'd be like thousands, millions maybe of Jewish American citizens who wouldn't have citizenship here.
That's fine.
You think that's fine? Like,
yeah, listen. Let me explain. My family, Louis, did not emigrate to the Americas until right around the turn of the 20th century. It was like 1989 to 1902, I think.
Yeah, you also would have.
Listen, hear me out. So it was right around that time period, somewhere between those 4 years, where my family migrated over here. I understand that they wouldn't have been able to necessarily and just been issued birthright citizenship.
Was it your
However,
grandparents or
and I listen, and the reason my family migrated here, Louis, is because of the rise of Vladimir Lenin and the Bolshevik movement in Russia. Okay, so I understand why they moved to America, and I understand that there were privileges granted to them as a result of it.
Oh, your parents are Russian nationals.
No, they're Jewish nationalists. No, they're not national. Scratch that. They're Jewish from Soviet Russia.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So, okay.
But
your parents or grandparents?
No, it's like my great grandparents. My great grandparents. But listen, either way, neither here nor there. Regardless, they moved here from what was at one point, Soviet Russia. So, long story short, I don't care. At this point, though, I'm here, and I'm proud to be here. But I also understand certain things, and one of the things that I understand is that the future of this country is fucked if we continue down the road that we're going down. And the one thing that I feel will even have a modicum of a hope of fixing this downward spiral is limiting access to America and restricting citizenship.
Wasn't there a bill that Congress?
Wait. Yes, I'm here. I'm an American, and I'm a newer American than some of you in this room. I understand that, and I'm fine with that. But the fact of the matter is, the birthright citizenship law is one that has overstayed its welcome. It no longer serves any inherent purpose. It doesn't have any intrinsic benefit. And if it did, then there would be a lot of other countries that would have implemented it around the world since we implemented it. And nobody else has. You have to ask why. Why hasn't anybody else
Do you think it's
implemented it?
because they bring like a lot of, they still import, I don't know about America, but in Canada, they still import a lot of workers from like the Caribbean and stuff to work on the farm. So don't you think that that's like an incentive for them?
Well, let me explain why we implement.
Hold on, let's not do that again, bro. You've already made this whole historical, like we heard it 30
Okay,
times.
so
let me deal. Hold on, bro. Let the mic go. Pause.
Go ahead.
Let me deal with this whole ridiculous claim that we're on a downward spiral.
Go ahead.
Like, in what metric are you appealing to say claim America?
The national deficit,
And that's the fault of
global,
immigrants. Oh?
the global order, the civil disruption amongst Americans, I think the way that Americans are more politically divided, left versus right, or should I say Democrat versus Republican now more than ever, since the Civil War probably.
This is a horrible.
The one thing that we need to do is get our shit together, and we need to unite. And the only way that I think that we're going to be able to do it is if we stop accepting new Americans. New Americans are going to continue to bring their own culture and their own ideology and their own.
Jeremy,
That's fine. You can say that. But here's the key. I don't care if these new Americans, where they're coming from, whether it be fucking Ukraine or Israel.
Florida, do you think new Americans is what America?
Puerto Rico. I mean, Puerto Rico is America, so I have to scratch that. Mexico.
So historically, are new Americans what made America horrible?
Sunshine, I put a link in the chat.
Are new Americans what made America horrible? Like, if new Americans are going to make America horrible, do you think that's what made America horrible in the first place?
No, but like I was saying earlier, Jeremy, the only way that we're going to be able to even start combating the federal deficit is by stagnating and or even decreasing the population of this country. And we're not going to be able to do that with unfiltered and
in Florida, you believe that with the understanding that the American reproductive rate is less than 2.0, and the only way that the American government can fund what they do is through taxes. And you think that the solution is fewer Americans and fewer taxes?
All we have to do is start switching what we're giving money away for as far as social programs. Maybe start implementing social programs that benefit having a household, benefit having a family, benefit having children. And I see Cherry's down there for some reason throwing her finger down as if giving some sort of benefit, like the child tax credit, for example.
You are so
Jeremy, this is
democratic, leftist, socialist shit. Are you a communist?
Wait, what is the child tax credit, Jeremy?
Sorry, you want to give poor people money to send their kids to school and
Jeremy, that's not what the child tax credit is.
Every mom that makes, I think it's under like 60,000 or 30,000, one of those numbers, they get a certain amount of money a month from the government. So if you have like 2 kids, you'll get like $800.
But it's not just moms.
Is that a leftist or rightist policy?
It's any household.
Any household under a certain amount of money, yeah.
So poor people should get free money from the government.
Yeah.
No, I think that it's important that there are social benefits that that reward certain behaviors that
building families and stuff.
Like the immigrants that come to Canada, they automatically get incentives from the bank. So you get like a new to Canada thing. So you'll get like $5,000 or something like that. You automatically get a credit card. You get a good credit.
Not true.
That's ridiculous. Hold on, wait. Rich, is that true?
That must be very specific.
I don't know. I work at the bank. That's
you should definitely. Yeah, it might be refugees.
You worked at Rich, you worked at a bank?
We worked to add all the money, like
Wait, hold on,
Chris,
Chris, shut the fuck up. Rich, you worked at a bank and you were required to give immigrants new loans.
So I don't know if this was a government thing or a bank thing now that I think about it, but yeah, when you come to Canada, you get like a new to Canada portfolio kind of thing, and it automatically gives you like a certain limit on a credit card. They'll give you like a certain amount of money, a line of credit. They'll help you get a mortgage. Like they do everything to help set you up as a new to Canada person.
She's talking. I think it's only. I'm pretty sure it's only refugees because I know that in Canada they give the refugees like housing, but they still have to work. They have to do like hard.
Exactly. So Rich, and I would challenge Rich to give a real example, because even though you're back to the bank, what you said was a lie. And again, this is.
I don't believe it was a lie. No. I don't believe it was a lie.
So this is why I laugh, right? Is because Americans let 20,000, undocumented illegal immigrants enter their border every day.
That you want to just put anything that anybody else says.
I know. And Florida, by the way, awesome modding, brother. Let me go 3 seconds and then jump in, but awesome modding.
Listen, it says I just Googled new to Canada incentives, and it says a newcomer does not need to do their first tax return before they can even get benefits and credits. So it literally says GST, Canada Child Benefit, all the stuff that you guys are talking about. It's all there.
So they just come over, they get access to credit before they even have to file a tax return, before they even have to work.
But the thing is, the difference between Canada and America, I will say, is that you guys are a lot more patriotic. So like when people become immigrants of America, from my understanding, they don't really support them in still holding on to like their second passport and stuff. Whereas in Canada, we promote inclusivity. So you can come here and they still want you to like, practice all your practices. Like you necessarily lose your former identity.
We don't make them give up their Russian citizenship or their Mexican citizenship or their Israeli citizenship.
I'm going to during the conversation again, but Florida, feel free to jump off mic and supermod me any second here. But
I'm not supermodding anything,
Florida, because you fucking come off mute. And
oh my God, because I want to talk.
You fucking want to talk. Got to play again. Go ahead and interrupt.
I haven't hit the button on this man one fucking time, but he thinks I'm super modding.
Oh my God. So I do have a brief.
I haven't sent him to the audience. I haven't used the mute button. All I've done is talked at the same time that he's talking, and somehow I'm super tyrant mod Florida man.
I just
want super tyrant mod Florida man. Then you must really hate Justin Trudeau.
Well, I just want to provide a brief point of moderation. So typically when people make assertions, we do ask that they provide some sort of source, or as I like to say, source up. So if you could provide the link you were reading from.
Selective rule enforcement. Stop.
It is not selective.
All the time.
It is not selective. You just simply refuse to participate.
You're right. Well, I can't wait to catch you doing it.
Yeah. So yeah, we just want to be able to review the same information that you're reviewing, Rish, so that we can
He is making this up. This is not even a fucking rule.
I didn't even click the link to what it was. I just literally Googled that, and that was the first thing it even just said. So.
Oh, is that the AI Google results?
What do you mean AI Google? I don't get
well, it just.
Well, just didn't because I already know this is true because I've actually done it. I didn't feel the need to go click the link and then follow up because it's like I know that I'm telling the truth. I know this
think she's saying for the sake of other people might like.
It should be easier for you to find the link.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
I can just
this is a side beef. This is a different beef than the one that Jeremy has with Florida man.
And what do I do with it when I find it?
Post it in the chat.
Just drop it in the link so we could all.
Is this white on white?
Just read your source. That's all. That's me.
Well, how long you been here? You started booty clapping hard for Florida.
What? That's not what I said.
How
Did you hear what I said?
Big.
You obviously didn't hear what I said to Florida. And I can't
What did you say?
Because I'm
okay.
It sounds like you wanted Florida to mute Jeremy.
As a reasonable
we're talking
black
currently about
Here comes the valley talking over Florida.
I did not mod Jeremy. I didn't mute him. I didn't send him to the audience. I didn't send any of you.
I told Florida to
I
grow
muted
some
the
balls.
room on a couple of
Yeah,
occasions.
but Jeremy wasn't the one who was wrong. Florida was wrong. I was asking you how long you been here because you were booty clapping Florida.
Watch me be super mod Florida man to try to get the room in order again. This is crazy how fucking scared I am.
Just
my job.
Florida didn't want to do it, but
So Rich just posted the link in the chat, which I've posted above. This is the benefits, credits, and
Yep.
taxes for newcomers to Canada.
And it says in the link, newcomers are permanent residents. You don't get permanent residency as soon as you cross the border. That takes years. That's a process. And refugees. So it's not just like they're just handing money out to people.
It's pretty
you can
easy
file
to
it.
get
All it
permanent
means is you
residence in
can file
Canada.
taxes. You can file taxes and get credits as a Canadian, as a Canadian citizen. Once you're a permanent resident, which takes years.
So you messed up. We're talking about America.
No, we're talking
No, I was
about.
talking about Canada. Sorry. I don't know.
Yeah, she was talking.
So it wasn't at all like she said.
Yo, you're gonna let Jeremy get in there?
It's exactly what she said.
Jeremy set up the right
You
deposit.
guys, because you guys have never, maybe you've never immigrated to another country. It isn't you cross the border and you're a permanent resident. That's not how it works.
Jeremy, are you gonna try to make your point again?
Some like Canadian.
I would open the chillism. You're gonna have to fight.
Can you not interrupt him when he makes his
It's
point?
to get a green card in the States because I feel like that's the equivalent of permanent residency in Canada. And I feel like a marriage can do that, school can do that, like so many things can do that.
And that's also
It's
not
very
instant. Even so, that's another misconception people have. It's not instant. You don't get married. Oh, and now they're a citizen. And people have even, yeah, you
No,
guys
but
have,
before you become a citizen, you'll get your permanent resident. You'll get a PR card before you become a
yes,
citizen.
there's all sorts of things you have.
And that's almost
Before that.
immediate in some
Country, you
cases.
get a green card
You
and
don't
then
snap your fingers
apply
and
for
become a permanent
citizenship.
resident.
Yes, we understand.
Yes, and in that application, they do. I'm not sure if they were doing this before, but I did see that a law was introduced, and actually, it was in the Supreme Court that, like, we don't have to approve the citizenship of your spouse if your spouse had a criminal background that could make them dangerous to the American public, and I approve of that.
Or if you have the citizen have a criminal background, or if you don't make enough money and maybe they have enough money but they can't prove it, because it's in a different language, it's in a different system. There's all kinds of things that can happen and people just have no idea. They have no clue.
I just feel like Canada's just not
There
as
you go,
as
Jeremy.
safe we are. Because I've seen situations where people have gotten deported and come back, and it's like, how is that even a thing, right? So it's like, I don't think we're as strict as you guys think we are.
You see what you did, Jeremy?
Yeah, the plan I was trying to make was that when America
I just want to interrupt him. I'm sorry.
Okay, you get points for that concrete.
No, go ahead. Sorry. Couldn't help it. I could not help it.
I know. I wouldn't
But
put
on
this
the
in.
back.
Gotta go, Jeremy.
Yeah, come on, Jeremy. Quit being a Canadian pussy.
One mic on Jeremy. Hold on. Assholes. Okay, the point I'm trying to make is this: if America is going to let 30,000 Mexicans and Arabic terrorists and all the other horrible people cross your southern border every day,
We don't have
and you're going to let them you're going to let them clog up your court system. You're all going to pay for that with your tax dollars. You're all going to be comfortable with that. And at the same time, every, communist, socialist, first world fucking, Canada and European nation is 100 times more strict border policy, right? And we'll kick the fuck, get the fuck out of our country if you cross our border illegally, and we're going to force the fuck out of it. And the only way to become a citizen in Canada is to either be really smart or have a fuck ton of money. No lotteries, no if you've been here for a long time, you can come. No. Either be rich or fucking smart or get the fuck out. That's our policy. Your policy is like, oh, we've got lotteries, and if you come in, illegally and you've been here for 3 years or generations, all I'm trying to say is that your guys' leftist fucking, open policy is fucked. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, great. You say it's fucked, and then I'm gonna ask you, how is it fucked? And you're gonna say, well, it has these qualities, and I'm gonna say, okay, so what? And then what is your response going to be to? So what about these problems?
But he was wrong.
That's the thing that's fucked because you let anyone into your
Yeah. That has the eighth.
I want to make sure. I want to.
Canada has the 8th largest immigrant population in the world. Like,
but let's just grant him. I don't mind granting his argument because he wants to make a critique against America.
The idea that Canada has a stricter fucking policy is.
It might be fantasy world. I don't know. But
illegal immigrants that come into Canada and the U.S. every month.
Look, that's what I was about to say. Like, what?
It doesn't have to be equivalent.
I'm asking Brad a question.
It doesn't have to be the same numbers to be a problem.
No, per capita, not numbers, per capita.
Okay, great. I don't know why that even matters.
It matters because per capita makes it equal.
The per capita numbers could be different, such that it isn't as much as America per capita, and it still is a problem for you, right? Because
less
you can look at it on different.
It is for America per capita.
We can agree to that, but you try to make it seem like no problem whatsoever.
No, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that your policy
that's a side
is
issue. Look, that's a side issue, and I do think you were given an impression that your borders were sealed, and Brad thankfully gave us a better perspective, which is to say,
yes, I said ours are more sealed than yours.
Maybe, yeah. Now look. It seems like you're being more reasonable, and thank you, Brad. Right. So now let me just say this. So when you give us the characteristics of our open border, I'm gonna say, so what? And so when you tell me there's 20,000 people coming over there every day, and some of them are rapists, some of them are getting Medicare and Medicaid and food stamps, I'm gonna say, so what? What is your response?
My response is that in Canada, they don't come over illegally. They
don't care.
But I know you don't care.
Why I should care about
Let me tell you why you should care. Can I tell you? Can I tell you why you should care? Because when those people come in Canada, they do it legally, they pay taxes. Hold on. I know you don't care, but let me tell you why you should care. Because when they do it in America, they come over illegally. They drain your social services that you're paying for as a taxpayer. Yeah. That's why you should care.
What?
That's why you should care.
Look, I told you.
Let me answer again. Let me answer when you're so what. Let me answer. You're asking me a question. Concrete. So what? Here's the answer. So what? Wouldn't you prefer if illegal immigrant workers in America were legal?
Care.
You don't care.
Tell me why. Yeah, I don't care. When
you don't care about illegal immigrants?
Look. When I go about my daily activities and my list of priorities, I don't care about illegal immigrants and whether or not they fucking got here through the fucking border or whatever the case. I don't care about their paperwork. I don't care about their taxes. I don't care about any of that. I really don't.
So woke.
Now, look, bro. Listen, just calm down, bro. So, since it's the case that you're saying we're in a fucked position as Americans, given my attitudes and my recognition of all the complaints that you're making about immigrants, do you have anything else that you would like to say?
Yes, I do.
On this topic?
Concrete things that everyone in the world should come and benefit from being American. Look, that's what you're saying, concrete, because you don't give a fuck. Look, everyone should come and benefit from America's,
this is sad.
That's what you're saying, concrete.
Jeremy, it's sad because you could engage and you could offer.
I know what you're saying.
Why
Jeremy doesn't care about illegal immigration. Tell me why I should care. I'm telling you why you should care.
You could offer a persuasive reason as to why
because your taxes are paying for those illegal immigrants. That's why you should care.
1 second, sir.
Don't you care about that, concrete?
Oh man, you're not going to stop arguing.
Are you happy to pay for those illegal immigrants?
I don't care. I'm going to pay
taxes anyway. You don't care that you get taxes to pay for those? Wow.
I don't care. I'm going to pay taxes anyway.
Go to China.
Jeremy, you know what I figured out about these issues? When you focus on making more money
they don't become that much of an issue. I'm
No, but
so focused
China,
on making.
you are such a communist, man. I didn't know that about you, Concrete.
Yeah,
Thanks for sharing.
all your emoting isn't going to help me while you're over talking.
No, but
I'm glad that Florida man constantly steps
let me engage. Concrete, let me engage. Let me reset.
Florida man
Brother,
constantly steps on
I
your
do love you.
sorry,
Hold on.
silly
Can I reset?
Canadian
Responses? Can I
because
apologize?
you are capable,
Nice here.
willing,
I will forever going forward pronounce the letter Z and Z. Just as
you're doing this,
the concrete
it's not
for this conversation. I will say Z going forward, concrete.
I just want
Concrete, can I ask you something?
I when Florida man did it to you.
Please
And
don't
here you are constantly doing it to me. It's weird.
Please
But you know what I realized?
not do this.
What I realized, you don't have an argument. You don't have a strong argument. You're going to appeal to emotions. You're going to appeal to pettiness. You're going to appeal to all of these like stupid human fucking, let's call it buttons, right? And I don't have those. I'm sorry. And a lot of Americans who are just busy fucking making shit happen, they don't give a fuck either. Guess what? Our government doesn't give a fuck. You know why? Because they are playing chess, not checkers. You are very good at Connect Four or checkers or some other like very simplistic game, right? But if you're like in American government and you understand how immigrants make your country better and you write reports constantly how immigrants, legal and illegal, make your country better, they don't, that's why they don't listen to people crying about it like you. They don't give a fuck. Why? Because America is a business and a family. And what they realize is, yeah, the family might cry, the family might complain, but we still gotta motherfucking keep these lights on. And you don't seem to understand that. You don't understand that. And if you look at, let's say, different companies or different countries as competing companies, some companies, they acquiesce to the will of the fucking people and they lose money because of it. And then end up in bankruptcy, which is why I looked at your military, 68,000 fucking people. This is laughable. You want immigrants to come there. You want them to feel like they're Canadian. And guess what? Maybe they'll start joining your military. And you'll only think about that when it becomes a real issue. When somebody actually is knocking on your door trying to take all your stuff. Very simplistic. I think, anyway.
Send us your week and your purse, or what is that American?
You're tired, you're poor, you're huddled masses.
Thanks, Chris.
Now it should say we're closed for business temporarily. We'll reopen soon. Particularly to Canadians.
I think what like when people talk about the population problem and the reproduction issue, I think that's something that doesn't get enough attention. And when we talk about immigration, legal immigration versus illegal immigration, and its role in the economy, I think that's something that has been politicized and like the left and right extreme conversation points on the topic has been inflamed, and I think the real solution is in the nuance, but I think it's something worth discussing.
Yeah, and you haven't given us a reason besides like some stupid jingoistic type of fucking, oh, your taxes are going to go up. Motherfucker, our taxes are always going to go up. You think an immigrant coming or going is not going to stop that? Is going to stop that? No, of course not. Why? Because we have an endless amount of fucking need, an endless amount of fucking infrastructure that is constantly deteriorating, endless amount of external threats that are constantly needing fucking to fight against, so on and so forth, right? So you think, oh wow, bro, your taxes, ooh, the solution, get rid of the immigrants. You sound like Florida man who said, oh, we have a deficit, therefore get rid of birthright citizenship. We have, disagreement between Democrats and Republicans, therefore get rid of birthright citizenship. We have social unrest in the community, get rid of birthright citizenship. This is like really bad thinking. I don't know.
That was never my position. You understand, not concrete. What I said was that
not that far off. It's just as silly.
But concrete,
You do understand that what I was saying was that I am fully supportive of birthright citizenship as long as you have a.
Bro, it's just an analogy, bro. You don't have to switch your focus to that so that you can say, yes, I'm in agreement when the real issue is about immigration, illegal immigration, right? Stay focused on.
So if we want to talk about illegal immigration, everything I have said tonight is that it should be like not tolerated. You should have zero tolerance for illegal immigration. And America has way too much tolerance for illegal immigration. That's the only point I've been trying to make.
Giving us a reason why it shouldn't be tolerated, other than really silly, childish talking points. Your taxes.
I'm sorry. So concrete.
Your social services, bro. Your taxes, bro. And again, I don't think. And again, I don't think. 1 second, sir. I don't.
I'm asking a question. Answer my question. Are you pro illegal immigration?
Yes. I don't care. Yes, I'm for it. Bring your tired, your huddled masses, so on and so forth. Now, I'm gonna go back to my point, right? Because you thought that was a gotcha. You're so childish. I already let you know that would never be a gotcha. I already indicated that. Anyway, so the point is very simple. I don't think you have the slightest idea of how illegal immigration affects our taxes. I don't believe that if you were to try to parse out the effect of illegal immigration on our taxes, I'm sure you haven't read any studies. I'm sure if you did read those studies, you didn't commit them to memory. And I'm sure you're probably going to try to like Google search down. But go ahead. Do you have a response as to how much our taxes are affected by illegal immigrants?
No, I do have.
No, let him answer. Go ahead, let him answer.
He can answer. I just have a quick point.
You're helping him get more time to research instead of answering.
Let me do that.
You're giving him time to research instead of answering.
Concrete, she's
and he's taking it.
You might as well just let her do it because you're.
Yeah, so it's so stupid that she wants to say.
Just let her go.
That's sad.
I'm not trying to.
You are. You're a weird weirdo.
What I wanted to say is that in this moment, I'm viewing all the pink tickets as illegal immigrants.
Wow, this is childish.
Why don't you want to fit in?
Concrete, you see that? This is all of that just to say that.
They're weird people, bro. They're weird people, man. Just weird people, man. They gotta protect whiteness. It's crazy.
I agree, it's a weird thing, but it's a commercial break.
Yeah, I just want.
This ain't no commercial break, bro.
Come inside.
Child, you gotta stop calling. Child, stop calling. I don't want to come inside you, bro.
Pause. Pause.
Ew! Join the fucking house. It could have been that easy.
There's a little Def Leppard for you. All right, Jeremy, answer Concrete's question, son of a bitch.
I totally forgot his question. Concrete, one more time.
Wow.
No. You're not doing it. Hold on.
I get cut off after 3 seconds. Go ahead,
give it to him, Paul.
Another 5 minutes, Concrete. So I get cut off after 3 seconds.
Jeremy.
Hold on, Big Vag.
No, I'm telling Big to go because Big is going to demonstrate that he heard what Jeremy didn't hear.
I said what I said.
So why you always glazing?
I will answer what the tax implications of a weak immigration policy is, but go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Vin.
Jeremy, we don't want to give you more time, okay? Because these people are out of time.
Yeah, time's up.
In the house.
Fuck it. Answer the
Why no
question.
for us? You're out of time.
Okay, I'll answer really quickly. So the cost of to the American people of a weak immigration policy is the cost of supporting all of these catch and release immigrants that cross illegally, all these like not legitimate refugees, but like I'm going to apply for refugee status.
Just give us a number or a percentage, whatever you can. Go ahead.
The cost of building.
Or just say I don't know. Just say you don't know. Just say you don't know, bro. It's easier that way. It shows you have some integrity as a man to admit that you don't know something.
You did. Can you try that? So I do appreciate.
Can you try that?
If you give me more than 30 seconds, I'm down. But do you jump in after 7 seconds?
Say amount, 3 trillion, or a percentage, 1% of your taxes, or I don't know. Because all of that other bullshit is not, like, come on, bro. You're not clever. You're not slick. Come on, please. Even though Charlie wants to help you, right? Do you have an answer, yes or no?
Look, I'm just a woman. I'm just here to promote the house and the Discord.
And he paused long enough to give her.
Join the Discord. Join the Discord. So that they release me from
Jeremy,
my
are you
shackles.
this dishonest, bro? Are you this inept in defending your position that you have to like resort to this?
They won't feed me unless we get 3 members a day.
It's sad.
I just want to eat.
It's true. Talia's job is on the line. She's on a quota system. She needs 90 new Discord members per month.
Nigga, why you not on the quota system?
She needs 90 new Discord members.
Nigga, why is it only her on the quota? Why you ain't on no quota?
She needs, because I'm white.
You bandwagon glazing.
So if you join the Discord, just post in the chat reference code.
I got a problem, bro. Crystal's a mod too because she was glazing Nation. And now we got Florida because he's white. And you know they can like white people.
Talia,
come on, man.
R-U-S, and she'll get her credit towards your quota.
You know what?
Yeah, read him this Bill of Rights, man.
Shit is crazy, bro. Hey, look, Jeremy, I know you just
a pink ticket.
Forrest, you really want
I'm not gonna just give this man a fucking free reign rights to speak when he's got a pink ticket.
Yeah,
Florida. Hold on, Florida. I've been waiting for this, man. I've been waiting for this.
I want to actually hear your point that you're going to make, Big.
Florida.
Yeah, what point were you going to make? Before you get into the coonery, what point were you going to make?
Yeah, Jeremy, I wanted to, it's different. It's a different discussion. But in Canada, right, the housing situation due to the Chinese and incoming Chinese immigrants, don't you see that as do you see that as a problem, yes or no?
That's a super leftist position, Vic. I think the laws that the Canadian government have put in place that prevent the free market to take place and prevent foreign investors from buying real estate in Canada is bullshit. It's absolute bullshit fucking leftist policy. It shouldn't be allowed. Do you believe that there should be free market? Do you believe that someone that has an asset of value should be able to sell it to whoever the fuck wants to buy it? Or do you think the government should come in and prevent a person from selling their asset to whoever the fuck wants to buy it?
There should be as few regulations as necessarily possible.
Yeah, exactly. Hashtag less government. Hashtag Florida. Get your left and right shit.
This gets on something I wanted to ask earlier, if I may interject. I realize Jeremy's position, mine is different, but I'm wondering, to the room, how do you all feel about a foreign government buying up farmland or like the Saudis' main oil refinery, which affects prices globally?
Sorry, can I ask the same question in a slightly different way?
Okay.
How do you guys feel about your government introducing laws that prevent you from selling to those people?
Wait, I just wanted to
They're buying with new homes. They're not buying these used homes. Like, if we're gonna keep it real, they're not coming here and buying parents' old homes. They want all the newest high rises that are $2-3 million that nobody.
Not only that, Reach. Not only that, the prices were high. I'm pretty sure I have looked into this before.
Just finish my point with Jeremy before you guys
I'm pretty sure that the prices in Canada, but this is a situation in the U.S. too, and it's a situation for island nations as well. They do not allow it. Most island nations, they're not going to allow some foreign government to buy up their whole island.
Yeah, and you can't.
And so you have to think about it the same way. But they had the issue with the high prices before they put that in place, even before they put that in place.
All right, you know what's cool? I'll ask another time, man. It's just.
To be honest, Big,
We're bought off by China anyways, you know.
it
So I don't know
wasn't
what
so
this
stupid
conversation.
when I was modding more actively, but we had anarchists like Jeremy and Concrete that wanted to rebel against.
I mean, Florida, you be glazing sometimes, man. It is what it is, man. This is the result. Stop glazing.
You want
glazing.
to write off actual
Florida, if you wasn't bandwagoning and glazing, this wouldn't happen, man. This wouldn't happen, sir.
That's so crazy.
That's all. That's all, bro.
All right, Big.
You know what I'm saying?
Go back.
Get some more character. I don't live with my mom. Why does everybody think I live with my mom? I don't live with my mom, bro. But look, man, you gotta stop bandwagoning and glazing, man, and get some more character. You know what I'm saying? And then people
glazing. Have you thought about that, Vic?
You say what? So glazing basically means that he's
glazing. What if that's like one of his favorite pastimes?
Is that like done in porn movies? What the fuck is this kid talking about?
What you said, Brad? Wait, what? I didn't hear
what the fuck is glazing? Because when
it means he's a bandwagoner, Brad. He just rides on people on bandwagons. He doesn't really actually has his own input. You get it?
Gen Z speak. You don't
get it,
have
Brad?
to take it seriously.
I'm Brad.
Yeah, Brad.
It's red ticket speak.
The longer you hang around
He's
for
assimilate to our
years,
culture.
the
He
more
needs
you're
to
going to
assimilate to
realize
our
that they
culture.
are actually very uncreative, and they just choose to recycle.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Hold on.
You need to
Create new
assimilate.
meanings for old words.
So hold on, we got Talia the cool millennial in Florida, the bandwagon millennial talking about Gen Z's not creative. Two corny ass millennials talking about we're not creative.
That's what I'm saying.
What is going
Right?
on?
All the Gen Zers
This is crazy. This is insane. This is what I mean when I say you're a glazer. You have no character.
But
and then Talia's a coon. You're riding on Talia's a foolishness. What are you talking?
Educated position.
This is crazy.
Because
And you say a whole bunch of
don't have
words out.
education.
You say a whole bunch of words.
What is
You're not educated.
I gotta argue with a fucking kid.
Oh my gosh.
Honestly,
oh
that's a
my
good
Get this
gosh.
nigga the fuck up out of here. Get this fucking 12-year-old the fuck out of
We shouldn't
here.
allow people to be in children.
Get on your mammy's titty, bitch. And shut the fuck up. Go to sleep, bitch. Past your bedtime.
Hold on. Here's another millennial.
You got summer school to get ready for tomorrow.
Here's another dummy millennial.
Summer school.
Here we
Summer
go.
school. Summer school.
Hold on, wait. This is how I know you're dumb.
Hey, dummy. Of course you would know about summer.
I do apologize for kicking off the trolling.
What's up, John?
If we could get back to the topic.
Only real black.
John, what's up, dog? I saw you hit me up in the back channel about a job, and I'm interested to hear more about it. Get back.
Yeah, hit me up when you get a chance. We can talk tomorrow.
I did. I fucking responded to you. You never got back to me. If you still got my phone number,
Blazing Florida.
I might still have your phone number. Actually, let me check. I just texted it.
Yeah, I have it. I checked yesterday just to see how I can get a hold of you. So yeah, I'll call you tomorrow.
Wait. I'm not confused though. Glazing meant something else.
Yeah, it looks like I lost your phone number at some point. So yeah, just text me or give me a call tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. I got you.
All right, back to reality. Rabbit's gone.
I'm gonna get going. Thank you guys for letting me come in here and share with you guys today.
Oh my God, Chris! Thank you so much
for coming.
Don't appreciate your presence.
Don't let Florida man talk shit to you.
I'm not talking shit to this white queen.
And you took it. You should take it.
That she's
You know what?
amazing.
Here's the deal about these public platforms. If it's almost like a given when you come into these rooms, and if you can't take it, then maybe you shouldn't come in them. So I don't really give a shit. You know what I mean? I love people.
Chris, if Florida had the chance, he'd glaze you all night long. I promise you.
Right. If I knew what it meant, maybe I want to be glazed.
Brad, come on, you can't. I get you just
glazing is
Listen, Junior, when I was a kid, glazing meant you nutted all over her face.
Oh, bro, no, that's some white boy shit, man. Chill out. God damn.
Glazing actually is related to the fenstration industry, which is going to be
Chris,
windows and adding.
Don't listen to Brad.
Adding glass to different frames is called glazing.
What about the donut?
Shut the fuck up.
What about the donut?
Putty around windows. Look it up. Fenstration.
Respectfully, Brad may be implying that I think you're pretty hot, and I do. That doesn't mean that I would be so disrespectful as to want to glaze you.
Oh my God.
Okay?
Florida, she said she wanted to be glazed. What part did you miss there?
I didn't catch that part.
It was funny. It was
She
just,
said,
like I said,
maybe.
I want to be glazed if I knew what it meant, is what I said.
Brad is projecting.
If you do, then hit me up in the back.
Not the back,
Wait, you think
Y'all are fun.
have we defeated the
No, I just
dishonest
can't-
Canadian?
I just wanted to talk about, stuff. I can't go back and forth with Jeremy about immigrants. I mean, it's just like, it just kind of like started to like make me feel like I'm like heavy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some people like to argue on the internet. So
This is why we don't like Canadians, Chris. Have you figured that out?
I don't like everybody from everywhere. I don't like everybody in every race. I don't like everybody from every country. I just like to be with those who I resonate with. I don't limit myself like that. You know what I mean?
No.
There's one quick question for Terry. Like, do you? I feel that you're in support of the Canadian government restricting foreign investment in Canadian real estate. And what the point I'm trying to make is that I think that's anti-capitalism. Like, I think if you own an asset and it's worth more, and someone in the world is willing to pay a price for it, regardless of where they live, you should have the freedom of selling that asset at the price it's worth. I don't think your government should restrict the value of that asset.
You may find this surprising, Jeremy, but I've
that.
already said multiple times, I already know your position, that you're against that.
That's a horrible take, though.
Jeremy, do you agree or do you disagree? And if you disagree, I want evidence that the prices were rising exponentially before the Canadian government. Because when you were responding to Riche, you were saying her parents had to pay more for their mortgage or their home price because of this legislation in Canada. But I know for a fact that the home prices were skyrocketing because of foreign investment before they started limiting foreign investment. Do you agree or disagree that the home prices were already skyrocketing before this went through? Yes or no?
I 100% agree that they were skyrocketing before. 100% agree. And what I disagree with, Terry, just to be clear, but just to be clear, Terry, what I disagree with is the Canadian government intervening to prevent that from happening.
I don't know
what I disagree with.
Legislation. I don't know the details of it, and I understand there's some loopholes as well. So I can't say that it's perfect legislation, but should there be any government interference in foreign investment in some cases? Yes, I do think so. And I was making the case for, there should be limitations at least on foreign governments buying up farmland, buying up oil. I definitely feel like there should have been in the U.S. Some sort of intervention when the Saudis bought our main oil refinery. Definitely.
So can you tell me why you support that anti-capitalist position, Terry?
It's not anti-capitalist, Jeremy.
It absolutely is concrete. Anytime the government comes in and prevents the free market from acting, it's anti-capitalist.
I can explain to you why it's not anti-capitalist. It's very simple.
It's not pro-capitalist.
And all, one second, ma'am.
Okay.
Calm down. It's not anti-capitalist because capitalism isn't a form of government. And all governments are the entities which institute or allow whatever economic system you want to have, i.e. feudalism, i.e. Mercantilism, or socialism, so on and so forth, right? So they're all going to be operating at the behest of the existing government, just like the same way that capitalism does. So it's not anti-capitalism. Excuse me, sir.
I'm asking you a question based on your point, concrete, but let's not have a conversation.
Excuse me, sir. Please allow me to line my plane, please. So this is the case that if it would be more affordable to put like less. Since it's the case that it could be more affordable.
I'm tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking.
Since it's the case, you could have.
You guys see?
Why are you projecting your mother's fucking problems on somebody else's?
Heavily.
Yeah, but
Just
you were
because
also
your mother
controlling
was
the
drunk at
conversation.
this
You
time
were
doesn't
also
mean I
controlling
am.
the conversation for your own
Stop
enjoyment.
blazing the conversation.
Anyway,
Stop,
so like I was
Stop
saying before,
blazing.
this weirdo.
All he does is just fucking shit
Is
all over the
capitalism still
fucking, just straight
operates
diarrhea
through
all
the
over the fucking
departments.
stage in front of everyone, and just walks away. He
Tali, I'm
doesn't
tagging
need
you
to
out,
grab a
Tali.
fucking.
Let him make his
Tali
point.
doesn't know how to do what she's supposed to do. She's
I
like
can do
retarded.
exactly what I
You're
need
supposed
to
to
do.
be the man, Florida. Don't defer to some
What?
weirdo woman in her emotions. Like, come on, bro.
In my
You know what you need to do to
I
make
had
this
a
shit
couple
work.
of anarchists.
You know what you need to
decide
do to make this shit
revolt,
work. You don't
and
have to
I
fucking lick
decided
your
to try to
wounds.
appease the
You
room.
don't have to lick your wounds.
And it
people
turns
tell you
out
to
that that
pull
was a
back.
bad decision.
I'm
And
clear.
Now we are. Anyway,
Did you just make your
obviously,
Everyone steal concrete
inebriated
tools,
when they come to work. That's fine.
so he has to
This is
work
not a real
harder.
job. This is actually just the
Not
internet.
Yes.
So the whole point to land my plane very quickly, because they're obviously idiots on the loose. Idiots are on the loose.
Oh no!
Is to say,
Oh no!
the idiots are on the loose. Oh no, the zombie idiots.
Feet to fucking pass, but somehow everybody else passed it.
Don't retract those wheels. Don't retract those wheels. Put it down.
All right, everybody, shut the fuck up. I know we're supposed to be having some sort of a decent conversation. We've been having somewhat of a decent conversation all night.
Womp
For some reason,
cry about it, Florida.
For some reason, we are devolving into degeneracy after midnight.
It's 1 a.m. It's 1 a.m.
It's only 12
The streets
a.m.
come out at night, babe.
Yeah, just let Concrete finish what he's saying.
Fuck concrete.
Yeah, thank you.
Suck my dick, cock.
Get that.
We know your food. We know.
Suck my
Tase
dick.
that gorilla. Somebody tase that gorilla. Anyway,
it's me.
So Jeremy, you can clearly.
I'm the one that moved you. It's me. Go ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you. Jeremy, you can clearly understand why government regulation is going to exist in any economic system that you use, and capitalism is no different. So if they wanted to have a regulation on foreign investment, it's still within capitalism, just not some pure capitalism that you've envisioned in your mind, right? Something that you've imagined. Because if it's the case that governments didn't exist, the capitalists would be doing all kind of shortcuts. All kind of buildings would be collapsed.
No, guys, go.
All kind of buildings would be collapsing if they could get away with providing a product without government regulation and engineering standards and so on and so forth, right? It's just like all your food would be poisoned with all kind of Talia fecal matter, and shy hair matter all over your food products, right? Such that you would be fucking, terminally ill or hurt, right?
Again, I think what Concrete said is really important. He's right, and that was the point I was trying to bring up with Florida before, and I think that's the interesting conversation topic, which is like, hey, if you're fine with the idea that there should be no law that restricts your ability to do what you want, other than if it prevents someone else from harming your personal property, which Florida, I 100% agree with you, then the next question, which is really interesting, was like, what taxes are you okay to paying for if those taxes go towards something that doesn't directly benefit you, right? Like if you don't have kids, but you're okay with paying taxes for public kindergarten or elementary school or high school, like that's the follow-up question, because everyone can agree that says, hey, there should be no law that restricts the freedom to do what I want if it doesn't prevent someone from that. That's what I'm saying, Florida. But then the next question is like, okay, then if you think that, then where are you comfortable paying taxes for services that don't benefit you, as example, school taxes if you don't have kids, right? Or paying for public highways if you don't own a car.
We were talking about foreign investment, and you're pivoting back to this?
Wow. He's backtracking 3 hours ago.
Because it's been 3 hours since we had a good conversation.
Why do you think he's backtracking now? When he made a claim about the foreign investment law in Canada, whatever it is, being anti-capitalism, and I explained to him what capitalism is and how it still operates under the guidance of a government. He pivoted now to a prior conversation. Did you notice that?
Concrete, let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
Do you think America...
recently prior conversation.
Okay, fine. Fine. Concrete of Florida. Two questions. All right.
Maybe even 6 hours.
Supermod, let me ask you a question. Do you think should America have laws that prevent foreign investors from buying real estate?
Yes.
Oh, yes, for sure. To an extent.
You should know the property.
Now is whether or not Americans should have it. No longer it's anti-capitalist.
Let's let John get in there. New voice. Add to the conversation, John.
Other governments should be taking all of the water from Arizona and New Mexico to make cattle feed because they're taking advantage of laws and starving people. They shouldn't be doing that. And if we had laws that restricted buying land here, it wouldn't be anti-capitalist. It would be sensible because they're not a citizen. Like, what other fucking country allows you to buy land if you're not a citizen? What are we talking about?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? And I agree with John on that, Jeremy. It's like, to the extent which America embraces free market capitalism and free liberal ideology as far as like freedom of speech, freedom to own a firearm, things of this nature, it's like these rights should only be afforded to American citizens. And I also believe that it's about time that we start cracking down on who is an American citizen. And I also understand that that's not a liberal ideology, that is a largely authoritarian ideology, but I'm okay.
Yeah, and I think where the nuance lies, Florida, and where I struggle with it is I completely agree that not everyone should be able to benefit from being American just because you snuck across the border. Like, I think that's a bullshit notion, right? And if you sneak across the border and have a baby, I don't think that baby should benefit from your ability to overstep American law. I think that's ridiculous and absurd, right? But the other point I'm trying to make is that I also believe that the investment and the taxes and what Americans pay to their government should go towards bettering them, their families, and what they do, right? And so if you come in and say, hey, as an American, I own a house, right? But which is an asset, and the government's going to come in and prevent someone on this planet from buying that asset at its actual value. How, Florida, does that support your belief that the only laws that should exist should be laws that prevent someone from harming your personal property? How do you coincide those two beliefs, that you think that the government should be able to prevent a Chinese person from buying your house for $1 million, where no American will pay that price, and at the same time say that no law should exist that doesn't prevent my protection of my personal property?
Yeah, because we've got companies that are registered in foreign countries that are still able to take advantage of our system, and those aren't American citizens. And when a foreign company chooses to monopolize or oligopolize an American industry or sector, that does impose some sort of a danger to me in my existence and my ability to live freely and comfortably within the states, right? If the foreign entities were not able to own massive amounts of property and land or massive amounts of oil, et cetera, to the point where they had political bargaining capabilities and oligopolistic power and monopolistic power, if that didn't exist for foreign entities, I would probably be better off, in my opinion.
So far, do you think and so how is there any difference between some Chinese billionaire buying any amount of stock on the American Stock Exchange versus you being comfortable with the American government restricting your parents from selling their house for $1 million to a Chinese person, right? They're being forced to hold on to it for 2 years and then sell it for $800,000 to an American because you're comfortable with the American government having laws restricting them from selling it to a Chinese person because Chinese people can't buy, American land. And at the same time, you're perfectly fine with that Chinese person buying an American stock in an American company on the American, free market.
One Chinese person buying a one house
completely contradictory.
We get to these other situations that were proposed. I just want.
Okay, Chairman, if I could just interject for 1 minute. There's like 15,000 federal laws stopping you from bringing fish into the country. And even if you break a law in Guatemala and you bring that fish into the country, they can penalize you in the U.S.
100%.
Right? So why do we have laws like that? Well, because poaching is a problem. There's these externalities. There's things you're just not considering, and you're creating this argument that seems really logical. But if you just bring a couple more variables in there, it falls apart. Like
John, the other thing he's forgetting is that the United States government, all entities that purchase land from outside of the United States, meaning non-citizens, guess what the United States does on a pretty regular basis that goes under the radar?
Yeah,
we seize the fucking assets.
Early on, we had the kind of the code of letting anybody buy land and do business in the United States. I think that's a bad idea because they've used all these loopholes to circumvent taxes, and they're really just exporting money at this point and doing a bunch of other dastardly deeds. So I just think that's a loophole that's bad that everyone.
So John, can I ask you something?
At the same time, like we've done this with like the Russian oligarchs. We seized all the farmland assets, and including some of the mine assets that they had, some of the port assets that they had on this country. We literally just went in as the U.S. government and said, we're going to seize any financial records, any financial holdings, and we went back and took that money out of the banks, the world banks, all over the place, and we just take it all the time. I don't think people actually realize United States government. If it wants your property, it doesn't matter. There's a carve out, and even foreign investors know this, that the U.S. government will take their land back regardless of whether or not you pay for it, and they won't give fuck all to compensation or repayment on it. We do it all the time. Do you guys not know that?
Yeah, drug dealers. No, not drug dealers. Russian, like any citizen of
drug dealers.
Jeremy, I'm doing property in South America, and most countries require you to do about $1 million investment.
Yeah, John, John, that was the question I was going to ask you. That was the question I was going to ask you.
I live in Mexico, bro. I live in Salino, in the Sedona area across the border. I live in Mexico.
And so I guess the question I was going to ask you, John, is that like if I'm an individual that owns gold or owns stock or owns American dollars, right? And I think as an individual, those assets that I've earned, I should be able to trade those freely for their fair value.
Because you're talking a security, and then we're talking property. And property is not a security.
Do you think that property is not an asset?
It's an asset. It's not a security. That's why it's different.
So what do you think is the fundamental difference between a security and an asset?
Because a security is a contract, and it's not physical, technically. Like, there's physical dollars at stake, but it's still a contract, and you don't own physical property across another person's border without being a citizen, right? Like, if you own property, I get hurt on your property, I want to sue you, you're in China and don't have a social security number.
Yeah, and John,
lose remedies.
And John, this is a conversation that I think is interesting to dive into, right? Which is that if you want to, for example, launch a wireless company in the U.S., there's a lot of regulation that you have to go through in order to do so. Yeah, exactly, through the FCC. But you can do it. Like even if you're a foreign entity, there's a path for you to launch a wireless company in the U.S. Legally, but it's highly regulated, right? It's not the same as if a foreign
regulate air traffic is the FCC.
Yeah, great example. And also how you regulate like who can own energy companies, right? And so that's the point I'm trying to make is that I think that there's good reason why those companies should be regulated, but I don't think that owning, stocks in a U.S. company or real estate should be as heavily regulated.
Well, I think the real estate should be more heavily regulated than stocks.
Why?
It is fairly difficult for you to go buy on the Chinese market.
But why? But sorry, John, because what I hear you saying is that it should be highly regulated, and I'm pissed that the Chinese highly regulate their real.
It's pretty easy to buy land in China, no? I don't think they really do have it.
They also will seize your asset though too. So it just depends on the rules.
Do you hear what I'm saying? It's that if you own real estate as an asset, as an American, you should be free as fuck to sell that asset to whoever the fuck you want for the price they're willing to pay without government intervention. And if you disagree with that statement, you're a leftist. You're not a rightist.
No, that's not. That one scenario doesn't determine somebody's whether they're left or right in America. That's a stupid fucking proposition.
Why?
So because you have conservatives that are protectionists, that they don't want any foreign influence on here, and they would rather just the country become more isolationist. So
more isolationist.
And the idea that we don't have
pure rightism would say that there should be no regulation on
libtard fucking bullshit that you want to try to fucking pander to. There are
appreciate that.
isolationists that do not want any foreign investment. They don't want any foreign ties. They don't even want foreign fucking dignitaries. They don't even want ambassadorships over here. That's how much they want to go to an isolation. So they want to pull their toys.
So Brad, if you own property in the U.S., should the government be able to regulate who can buy that property from?
Yes, because the government, you don't own it, the government does. You pay taxes.
No. Brad owns land in the U.S. He owns it, not the government. He owns it. Should the government be able to implement laws that restrict who Brad can sell that property to?
It does.
They tell you can't you can't plant a tree or cut a tree down.
What do you mean? I can't sell it to a fucking waste disposal for a
I'm not asking if they can. I'm asking if they should.
You're doing these little fucking nuances.
Brad, I'm not asking if they can.
Shut up. I've listened to you for 2 hours while you bitched about me talking.
Okay, Brad, go ahead and take the room, man. I'll go on mute. Go ahead, man. Let me hear what you have to say.
Brad, don't whoop his ass. Don't whoop his ass.
I mean, I'm serious, but again, I really want to go to war with Canada after tonight.
Who let the drums out? Brad, kick his ass.
I mean, but still, if you're going through, if you want regulations in terms of your property, yeah, I still do. I'm a conservative. I want the government to regulate. I don't want fucking libtards like you coming down from fucking Canada, buying up acreage of land, and your fucking ridiculous narrative to try to profit off of Americans while burying fucking nuclear toxic waste in some fucking shithole piece of land that you bought in America and being able to sell it while you magically get a profit off of. Yeah, I want regulations for that shit. I actually want the government to intervene because that government's job is to make sure its citizens are protected from fucking twat waffles like you that want to put these pigeonhole things right on it. But I mean, at the end of the day, I don't want John building, I have my land, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open up a coal mine right next to it, this aquifer that I have to share. I want to open up a leather making plant right on the river that's feeding some of the cattle across.
Zoning, everybody.
Yeah, shit. We have zoning, we have a whole bunch. But John, the idea that you're all of a sudden on the left if you don't want to sell to foreign investors. No, I think they can invest.
Immigrants to vote in the U.S. either. They shouldn't be able to vote if you don't live here. You're visiting. You're not a voter. You're not a landowner. You're visiting. You're welcome to visit and spend money and hang out, but you're not welcome to buy land and with me. The fuck? Why do I want more competition? So you can drive up prices? What sense is that?
There are different types of, there are people who are just visiting, but there are people who are permanent residents. And they're living here and they're
beautiful display, and then a whole big ass structure collapses. That's how historical events work, with how there are parallels and everything, because reality is like a gigantic fractal in a sense. You know, it's weird how it works. Even decision making is like a fractal. But you consider every decision you've ever made in your life, consider the alternate outcome of what that decision would have been like, and then keep dividing that into a decision tree. Effectively, what ends up happening is you start to see it is reminiscent of something like nuclear fission or an actual fractal. Just a little fun realization. But still, it is just one thing. It is always just one thing. But then there's the next, and 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 it doesn't stop. Until eventually something big happens. Is there like a natural conclusion to this? I'd say there is. There's one of the two that I've mentioned. There is either full-scale conflict, or it is just simply a shift wherein the cultural centers of the world are then abandoned. The ones with the strongest cultures, they will fight. If they are encroached upon, of course. And I think we've seen this many times, even with the wars in the Middle East. It is like that. It's unfortunate how that happens. It truly is. And no one ever learns. Because they'll just say enemy, bomb. You know, say enemy, so let's bomb them to shit. Everyone does. Because they're not involved in the war. They look at it from like the third perspective, then they feel sorry for one side of the conflict, then some of the other, but they don't know either side. It's like, what's going on here? I find it very fascinating, you know? But it is what it is.
You don't think lessons learned?
So what's that?
You said not like never learn. We never learn. You don't think lessons learned?
We define we.
I mean,
that's the
humanity.
thing. Well, humanity always learns. It is a oblivious faction that could never grasp what those lessons are that causes the true problems. Wisdom is difficult to attain because it's, well, difficult. And if you have a society that's built around comfort, because it's easier, must be done this way, then of course you'll have oblivion. It is honestly fascinating to see how much the intellectual capacity of the human brain, and especially the younger generation as a result of all the garbage they consume, has degraded. Not just fascinating, I think it's rather shocking, disturbing. I find that disturbing, actually. That's the most accurate way to put it. That kind of leads into all the other things I described, because perception and understanding and grasping of things.
But don't you think we need to fail to then learn and move forward?
No. Failure is a great teacher, but it's not the only one. Nor should it be. I don't think you have to experience a divorce, for instance, in order to understand that it's bad. I find that whole concept of, like truly, you won't understand how bad it can feel, but you will know it's bad enough that you shouldn't. That you should somehow take every course of action that you can to avoid that outcome. Because you know what could potentially yield. Not because you're knowledgeable to the exact extent of what it is like, but you understand what it could be like. And that is often sufficient. So no, not your failures. The failures of the past ought to teach you. They are less abstract because they are less, quote, real. They're not here. But they will be soon if you don't learn from them. Because you'll be doomed to repeat that same fucked up part of history for the same reasons.
He's a philosopher. A stand-up court philosopher.
The fuck is this? Oh, that's wild. Hang on, let me see this. I'm noticing some stuff. No, not much. What? No, I thought I saw something. I'm gonna see what the payout for the next 2 weeks is, and then I'll decide whether or not to get an org account.
Oh wow, that'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm thinking of getting the max tier, or saving up to get a better computer, because that is also on the list. Needs better computer for more damage.
Yeah,
Yeah, more frames.
I would say the right to compute.
So either that or just like, it'd be cool because there's a few people in mind that give like badges to, for instance. But what the fuck is this? Yo. What the fuck?
I think Elon Musk is tripping that I'm spamming. It's possible.
That looks weird. Interesting. Okay, no. Yeah, there's not much happening at the moment. Very cool down, because the, oh wow. Oh, here, guys, look. The fucking Cybertruck. Towing things. Kind of funny, isn't it interesting how a truck can tow this much, but then somehow a thing that weighs less makes the frame rip off? It's almost as if the impact, the stress impact of smashing such a heavy car twice on a very sturdy material somehow has an impact. And then also of course, making sure to leave some slack in the chain that's used to pull this thing so as to apply maximum stress and force onto the already compromised thing, but somehow make it snap off because it's exactly what you don't do to the con. Right? It's almost like as if that would be the actual thing that caused that. You know, I kind of feel like it's funny. All these people made like next level fools of themselves because they all turned from like fucking analysts of finance into metallurgy experts overnight. Like, what?
So
how dumb are you?
40,000 pounds is like 20. What is it? 20 ton. That's a lot of.
How much? How much is the? What did they use? Did they use an F-150 or F-250? I'm just gonna.
You mean in the
Yeah, obviously, yes. What's the weight of that car?
I don't know, like 6,000 pounds. F-150 or F-350?
Yeah. What did they use? I think it was F-150, wasn't it?
F-150. Let me check.
Then I'll make a post about this myself as well.
Yeah, so it depends on the config, but typically between 2 to 2.5 thousand kilograms or probably 5,000 pounds, I would say. Let me check kilograms to pounds.
Yeah, give me a conversion.
So it's
of freedom units to metric for both, please.
So 2274. That's maximum at one.
I'll just send it via text. Like, how much is that in tons? And the typical configuration would be nice.
Yeah.
Okay, let me do that. See, we're watching the live creation of news right now. Okay. What the fuck is this? Okay. That's the F-150, right?
Yeah, F-150 standard.
Can you give me the pounds? Okay, can you convert? Can you give me like the freedom units version of that and the metric version of the 40 pounds, please? 40,000 pounds?
Metric version of 40,000, okay.
Yes, and freedom units of
freedom
150,
units?
please. Oh, I'm sorry. Imperial units, pound. It's freedom units, but
ESL here.
It's called freedom units in America. America. Okay. So yeah, a friend Ray always has freedom units. I bought it down off that. Thought it was absolutely, very funny. Yeah. So that's cool. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How much can a F-150 actually tow?
$14,000
nice.
pounds.
18.
That's what I got on. That's what Grok said anyway.
Can we get like an official website on that? Because Grok sometimes, because it's yesterday it told me it was the 27th of July.
Okay.
So I'm being skeptical
Yeah, actually, it says 14,000
until
on
the next version comes
actual
out.
website. Yep, I just found it.
40 or 14?
14,000.
14 only? Bruv. 14,000 pounds. Is that
Max
correct?
towing, yeah.
That's wild. Yeah, send that to me real quick.
Yep.
What is the maximum? How much can the Cybertruck tow?
Let me check.
So this is Elon Musk live on X Spaces. He uses a nom de plume called Adrian Dittman.
So I need the 14 pounds in 14 pounds in metric if possible.
11,000 pounds for the Cybertruck.
11,000.
Is that the? Then how is it possible that this thing has just towed a 40,000 pound thing? Are we like sure that that's real?
Check another source. Let me see.
Is that what Tesla? Can you go to Tesla spec directly? If I remember, it was like 50,000, I believe.
I just checked
correctly.
on the actual Tesla.com/Cybertruck. It says 11,000 pounds towing capacity, like right there.
The fuck? So how's it? Okay, so hang on a second. How is this then towing 40,000 pounds? How do we know that? Okay, get me the conversion units for that while I search for the source of this video. Hold up. Thinking hat is on. Let's take a look here. Okay, let's see. Are there any watermarks? Wait, hold up. God, why does everybody rip footage like this, and why does it look so low fucking quality? That's the max res. I think that could be the max res. Let's see. Here we go. Got it. Very nice. So we find these guys. Get away. Okay. Bingo. Found the original source. What the hell is this? So this is, the video itself is from 1 week ago. Where does it say it pulled the weight? So how do we know that this is 40,000 pounds? Like, where does he get the number from? Okay. We're gonna have to dig deeper into this. delve harder.
Let's delve.
Yeah, delve.
Delving harder. Okay. Okay, here we go. This is a little better. This thing is. Okay, so it's the 8,000 to 10,000 pound. Okay, that's interesting. Because hold on, we have to double check. We can't just like post stuff. I thought that was extreme. Let's see. Thing weighs 10k pounds. Why is it pulling it to family class? That's true. Wait, hold up. It weighs 6.6 thousand pounds. Around 2015 mega cap weighs 7,000 pounds. Interesting. But it's based on GVWR.
Probably means it can pull like sustainably. That for like.
Yeah, but the question is, where did the 40k number come from? I need a source for that. I need to be 100% sure. I can't just like transmit something I don't know.
Okay. Right.
Like, where's the? Shows like.
Verdammt nochmal.
That's funny. Okay, cool. So I think if we look at okay. Okay. Oh, bingo. Class. Now, we find poll champion. Cybertruck poll champion. This post from 9 days ago. Okay. Where's the actual? Whoa. I don't understand. Okay, so somehow this must have been. Okay, let me check the description of this video. It doesn't have description. Fuck. Well, that's annoying. Okay, how about this one? This one's from 8 days ago. Let's check this one. That's true. This is old. No. It says nothing about the tonnage pull at all. So that number is made up, it seems. I can't find anything. Well, that's fucking disappointing. I hate it when people make stuff up. That's just... Like, how is the...
Okay, so
how did we come up with this number?
that video came from, what is it, Instagram?
Yeah, of course, I know it came from Instagram. I already went through all that.
Okay.
But it doesn't say the number there. So where did you get the video from? I looked at the description, checked all that. Not the video.
On the Cybertruck, you can see like the name of the event, I think. One sec. So we get Vinboxel. So if you search that, Vinboxel supply.
Yeah, because can you search that real quick? Because I can. I'm just looking through this one extensive breakdown. What's this? What happened there? I think give me the fucking history of the Cybertruck. I don't want to know the history. I know the history. I was there.
No, that's just like a
fuck this.
I guess advertisement.
There's probably Yeah. Okay, hold up. Hmm. Hmm. So that name. So where did that number come from?
So I found it on YouTube.
I also found it on YouTube, but there's again, I need to know where the number came from. I already know all the source material. I went through all those places. It is not in the description either. I already checked. Now we're gonna Grok. Fuck. I'm gonna have to use my computer for that because when you're hosting a space, Grok becomes unusable because the chat interface itself, where you type things into, is obfuscated by or covered by the spaces bar interface thing that you see there, which probably needs to be fixed. But sorry, I'm tired. I want to get to the fucking bottom of this because if that is not true, that is that's misleading info, bro. We can't have that. Okay, let me power this thing up. Sign in. Get fuck. Okay, let's see. Get the X running. Okay.
Alright, I found another source.
Of the video, or did you find the actual number itself and where it came from?
It's from a different event, but it's also 40-pound tractor pull.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Do we have a video for that?
Yes, actually, maybe.
Okay, send me the link to that. The media and the site. I'll extract video myself.
Actually, Elon reposted that. Let me check.
Ooh, even better.
Oh yeah, Elon did post it. Yep. Rivian. Hold on, I'm checking for Cybertruck. I see Rivian pulling. Oh yeah, the Cybertruck. Yes, Cybertruck pulling 40,000 pounds.
Sweet.
Alright, let me find the tweet. Post.
And send to me DMs. Excuse me.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this, bro. Yes, hang on, checking DMs. Actually, on the computer now. Sweet. Beats been. Oh yeah, of course. I still remember this. This was directly from. Oh yes. Oh, dude, even better. I can rephrase everything I just wrote. Well, that's annoying, but it's cool. This is from the Tesla event. Like when they launched it. This is from the launch.
Yeah.
Dude, even better. Let's get straight to the fucking source, my dude. Straight to the fucking source. So was that the actual statistic that was given in that video?
So there was of course, from Elon's post, there was written an article on Motor Trend, and Motor Trend then specified that it was pulling 40,000 pounds tractor.
Send me, please.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, so I can work with this. Now we're getting factual. This is what I'm doing. So how did they come up with that number, though? That's something. So at least we now know the source of the number, which was from 2023. Bingo. Trucks were hitched up to a 40,000-pound tractor pull sled. Yeah, but they'd actually... interesting. Yeah, but here's a little distinction. They were hooked up to this thing, but did it actually get to 40,000 pounds? That is the question. And what I'm missing something here. I feel like there's something I'm missing. Because look at the capacity. Look at how much it's actually supposed to pull. So did they... What am I missing here? I feel like I'm missing something. So did they actually pull... Well, of course they pulled the 40-ton thing, but that would far exceed the feat of strength, would it not? Is that then that there is...
So basically, like the stats that you get from the Cybertruck page, it's like that 11,000 pounds, it has to pull sustainably for long distance. But for short stretch, like a few 100 meters, it can pull 40,000 pound sled. But there is a video actually. If you click on the video just below.
Where?
There's an advertisement. I'm waiting for it to go by. In the motor trend, just below the article, there is a YouTube video.
Oh, okay. So it's like right at the start. Is that correct? Or?
At the bottom.
Just right under GMC Hummer EV, right?
GMC Hummer EV, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's a 12-minute one. Sweet. Do you think we can extract something out of that? Can you extract the movement that was actually... Because did they do the pull here? I'm sorry, what's relevant about this video?
Okay, I'm waiting for the advertisement. Whenever I scroll, there is advertisement.
Hang on. How do we, view this on... I hate embed. Embed is disgusting. Let me find a way around that. Okay, let me find a way around that. This is YouTube, because that's what it's from. So you have fucking pre-roll ads.
And they're playing the same ad whenever I scroll. Where is the logic in that? If I've seen this ad, why would I...
These are literally your own fucking ads, bro. It's fucking wild.
That's true. It is. They probably couldn't...
It's literally their own ads. They be advertising on their own site.
Okay, so I was scrolling and
wild.
the advertisement that came next was the Cybertruck pulling 911, so it wasn't the actual sled.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the...
So they probably just want to throw a little bit of a wow factor to the article.
Yeah. Yeah.
Add some meat on the bone.
Okay. Actually, I think I can do a thing with this. Okay. There we go.
Okay, I think I got something.
What you got?
I found another article, which is I'm basically traversing through the clickbait industrial complex. And...
Clickbait industrial complex. That's wild. Yeah. Cool. Let me do something real quick. Because that was actually interesting. Let me do some research. You guys are watching how thoroughly we're researching. In real time, you're kind of getting a breakdown of thoroughly we're trying to get through this thing. Because I don't want to leave any stone unturned. But isn't that literally the same thing that you just sent me before?
No.
Well, it is. It's actually the exact same link.
No, there's a lot of
Look at
of pictures with the sled.
Yes, because I'm looking at the same link that you sent me before.
I don't think it's the same. Let me check.
Dude, actually, no, you're right. It's just the pictures. It has the same link visual.
It's
That's
the
confusing,
same
but yes. Has,
avatar, yeah.
Well, those are actually screenshots from the Tesla event. So, I mean, that they're launching. Wait. Okay, that's helpful for sure. We need to do something. Maybe a little analysis mode. No, wrong fucking window. I just love the fact that I have some data stored in my DMs. My personal DMs are my notes to myself. I literally have that. Whoops, stop the cab, stop the cab. Oh, why is it that? Okay, let's see. Copy. Thing from there. Let's look at this and like fucking like how do we clip blue blue. Wait, what the actual fuck? Oh no, I think I no, that's not what I well, that's annoying. Why did I do wrong? Let me. Yo, that's actually kind of swag. Wow. Yo. That's wild. Yeah. Let me get the original. Let me scroll into this. And what else do we do? One of the greatest things nice. One of the greatest things I like about like keyboard is that whenever you put an enter in some places, when you don't want to hit the enter, you just like fucking hold the shift key. I just love that so much.
Yeah.
You still get that quick clicky feeling that you need. Yeah. Okay, let's see.
You mean next line without breaking the line?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Okay, Wiggle, I'm just going to use you as my notes pen real quick.
Alright.
That's like what I want it to be my...
But you can actually message yourself now, you know that, right?
Yeah, too bad I don't clog that up.
Alright, and you can delete messages, right?
Well, yeah, actually, yeah, you can. Now that I think about it.
You can? I thought you can.
Yeah, you can. Just for you, but
right,
literally no one else is reading this. Like, literally no one else is reading that except you, so I guess, you know. That's funny.
So, Edward wrote that It's a sled pull. The weight is the big red weight on the sled, and you can pull it more in front where a truck has to drag it more. The weight is 40,000 pounds. Only a full pull would get to 40k.
So was it a full pull or no?
Then the weight moves up, so you go forward. Yeah, he doesn't say if it was a full pull, but the weight moves up as you go forward. That's, I guess, is the.
Are you sure? Because I thought it's okay. Let me read this. Let me read the thing that they say.
I guess that's the peculiarity.
Let me get. Let me do. Control F. I love it so much. Yes. As expected, this was advertising essentially this is going to be the competition. Folding the. Yeah. As the full pull by blasting a sled past the 300-foot mark all the way to an impressive 318 feet. Yeah. It was a full pull.
That's impressive.
Oh, we learned something more every day. Oh, God. So it'd actually be getting better stuff. So that's just like cool. Okay, let me do something about this. How do I let me read this? Okay. No, fuck you. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the data I need. Okay. Why is this thing so like? That's not normal. Okay. Okay, let's try this. So I'm gonna write something up right now. That is interesting. Okay, cool. Okay, let me structure a write-up real quick. This is gonna be the last thing I'll do today. Then I'm gonna fucking hit the sack.
Yes.
Something like that. Data. So much data. Uh, uh-huh. Hmm. That would be like a big thing I'd have to write out. Now I'm reading all the data. That's like a big thing I have to write out. Yeah. So that thing is not actually pulling 40K in the video. It's pulling 40K in our full pull for the demonstration back then by Tesla. So that video is technically false.
Oh yeah? Wow.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we're looking at, right? Because that's not, if you look at that, that's not what that is, isn't it?
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm looking at it. What do you mean by it's not it?
Well, where does it say that in this? The video is unclear, so I can't use that. Also, hold up, I just heard something. What's this? What the fuck? Bro, are you kidding me? No. Bro, why you be fucking like requesting up in this space and all you've got on you is like a bunch of weird pictures that look like you live your life on LinkedIn/Instagram pretending to be something standing out from something that's like average, and it's full of like cryptocurrency reposts. There's like literally zero chance that you're gonna get up here. Go bot someplace else, you fucking idiot. Get fucked. By the way, that's what people keep doing. If you see like a weird person who's unverified, their entire like history is full of like weird crypto show reposts. If you allow them to come up into your space, they run a script and spam your fucking bar up there.
That exact instance happened to me, being so naive and letting someone.
I keep telling everyone, don't let fucking everybody up. Yeah. But nobody wants to listen to me until their space gets crashed by an OnlyFans bot. Then everybody understands.
It was like a Bruce Willis picture, I think.
Oh my god. Yeah, there's no way. Like, they did this before. You're gonna fucking try it again? Get fucked. No way. Actually, where did this come from? Oh, yeah, sure. Sure. Go. There we go. Clean that up. Nice. There we go. Little thing I had to put together. What did this guy say? Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Okay, so now, should I write this? Wait, what's this? Mm. 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 Yeah. Good question by Walkbog, actually. That was a really good question. I don't know the answer to this, whether or not the frame or toe point of the Cybertruck was actually properly treated for work hardening. I do not know the answer to that question. That's a good question. This is going to turn into a bigger rabbit hole than it actually is.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, look, the tow capacity is that much.
But it seems like actually it may be a standard, for weight increasing as it as it pulls up. It's like a de facto test procedure.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. Yeah, you know what, you guys? I actually think maybe. Hold up. Let's take a look. Come on, hold up. That's right. I mean, honestly, I think I could actually, like, now I'm thinking about this, I just, thought about this again in my head. The org is actually not so bad. Like, that's only is said wrong, but, I mean, I think the org account itself is, 833 a month, if I recall correctly. Then, plus affiliate badges, I'd assume that I'd want a few people in.
Do you have to pay extra for each badge?
Yes. I just don't know if that's worth the investment. Somehow I feel like it is. That's like 10,000 annually. Is that worth it? That's the question. Maybe if you also additionally created a newsletter or like Patreon or something that could cover the cost of an affiliate badge, where say anyone who's buys this tier of Patreon gets an affiliate badge. Or have to, because you support the mission, I suppose. I could make that kind of thing. But And
Right. Yeah.
because I can just imagine I would pick out 3 accounts for this. 3 accounts. So imagine I pick out 3 accounts for this, right? It's like
Good night. I'm going to bed.